Morning, King. Seems like my problem is solved.
Morning, Mr. Kruger. It's good to, because we are here now.
Yeah, all right. I thought I think it was a Parliament server problem, but at least it's good now. All right.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. All right, Judge Brian. See you later.
Sure.
Recording in progress.
It's open. Thank you so much. It is 9:30 now, honorable members, colleagues, good morning. A blessed morning today. We are going to have our portfolio committee meeting. Some of us met yesterday when we were attending the AG's meeting. I'm sure members managed to rest well. And now today we are continuing with our meeting with the department. Allow me to welcome everybody in the meeting. Members of the portfolio committee, you are welcome. Members of the department, if ever, yes, I can see that we have the DG Tuli Manzini in the meeting. You're welcome with your colleagues. And whoever is in the meeting that I didn't mention, you are welcome. The meeting is opened. King, take us to the item that deals with apologies. Secretary, am I audible?
Oh, yes, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. I was still changing something there.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. And good morning, honorable members. Good morning, DG. Good morning, Chairperson of SEDFA and colleagues from both the department and the Parliament. Chairperson, the apologies that I have received so far, it was an apology. Firstly, for the minister who indicated that he had some prior arrangement with the cabinet. And also we have received an apology from the deputy minister who requested that she'll be running late because of traveling. So she'll join the meeting in 30 minutes time. So those are the apologies that I've received from the department. From our side, Chairperson, it is that apology of Honorable Powell. However, we haven't received any apology from the other members, except that of Honorable Bilankulu, who yesterday indicated that she was on oversight with the other portfolio committee. And then in the platform for roll call, we are having Honorable Matulelwa, we're having Honorable Malimacha, we're having Honorable Kruger, we're having Honorable Sarah Singh, we're having Honorable Nchaba, we're having Honorable Mlotsane, we're having Honorable Mafakane. So those are the ones that I've seen. If maybe I've omitted somebody, can the member indicate? So those are the members that are in the platform so far, Chairperson. And then I've just seen that Honorable Sapo has just also joined the platform. So those are the members that are present and the apologies that have been received. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Secretary. We are noting the apology of Honorable Member Kit Bilankulu. Even yesterday, he did write something on our WhatsApp chat that she is attending an oversight visit. So we acknowledge the apology, and that one of the minister, we are noting it. Thank you very much. And the deputy minister who will arrive late. Thank you. We are now on the third item whereby we have to consider and adopt the meeting agenda. Can I see by a show of hand from our honorable members?
Good morning, Chair. I'm trying to raise my hands. I'm disadvantaged by the technology. If permitted, I stand to move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malimacha, for moving the agenda. Honorable Kruger, I see your hand, sir.
Chair, thank you. I will second that motion.
Thank you very much. We are now moving over to the next item that deals with the briefing on the 2024-25 annual performance of the Department of Small Business Development. DJ, over to you now.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all the members on the call and also my colleagues that are here from the department and also from SETFA. I see that the Chairperson of the board, Ms. Makanda, is also on the call with the CEO and the team. Thank you very much for the opportunity for us to come and present. The colleagues, if we can be given the right to sing to flight or to put it. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Putty, you can share the screen. I've made you a co-host.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Our presentation this morning will cover the purpose, background, which I will not dwell too much in the interest of time, the strategic overview, the organizational structure, the overall performance of the department, touching on the performance summary, the performance highlights and progress on institutional outcomes, the underperformance, strategies to overcome underachievement, the governance issues, the HR, finance, and then the recommendations. The purpose of today's presentation, apologies, Chair, let me switch off this thing. Will you read apologies? Thank you. Chairperson and members, the purpose of the presentation is to brief the PC on small business development on the audited 24-25 annual report of the Department of Small Business Development. The background to this, it's the audited 2024-2025. Yeah. Sorry, this phone today is acting. On the background, the annual report, as we all know, they form an integral part of our reporting, both at national and provincial level. And this is the time of the year where we have to report and show how we have complied with the PFMA, and also especially on the financial information for each reporting period. And this is made provision for in section 41D of the PFMA, as amended, which it requires accounting officer of any department to submit within 5 months at the end of the financial year, the relevant treasury or to the executive authority, the responsible for that department or trading entity. We must submit our annual report, our financial statements, and also the Auditor General's report on those statements. The draft annual report and the annual financial statements were submitted to AGSA on the 31st of March 2025, and also AXA audited the process. As they were auditing us, they finalized by the 31st of July 2025, which was the time that they have actually set. And because of us as a department complying in terms of giving them the information, they were able to finish on time. and the audited financial and non-financial performance information was then submitted to the Minister and to National Treasury on the 29th of August 2025. Again, on the issues of the Constitution, I will not touch on that. It's very clear on what is the responsibilities of the Minister and Deputy Ministers, and also the Chapter 10 of the Constitution on the basic values and principles that are governing the public admin. The PFMA, the Chapter 4 specifically on national budget was adhered to, then the national treasuries, the treasury regulations, and also the public service regulation in relation to the strategic plans, the organizational structures, and the promotion of efficient and economic effective human resource planning. The strategic overview, our department at high level, this is our mandate of the leading and coordinating of the integrated approach to the promotion and development of MSMEs. And our mission is the coordination of the integration and mobilization of efforts and resources towards the creation of an enabling environment for the growth and sustainability of the MSMEs and cooperatives. And also our vision is for us to see a transformed and inclusive economy driven by sustainable, innovative, and MSMEs and cooperatives. Those are our values. I will not read them one by one, but I will read the top part. That we are governed by the innovation, integrity in the work that we do, professionalism that we strive for at all times. We are also customer-centric, we are committed, and also we are a caring organization. On the strategic overview again, the left part talks to the issue of our legislation and our policies, and also the right part talks to the mandate and the primary output, which is what we always present when we come to the portfolio committee. And as the report was circulated, I take it as read on all our legislation and policies. Please proceed. This is the structure that talks to. This is the structure that talks to the. It talks to the organizational structure of the. It talks to the organizational structure of at the time of the reporting period, that it was the Minister and Ndabeni, DM Sitole, DG Manzini, and our internal audit led by Ms. Buthelezi, and the risk, Ms. Chitumba, and also the on sector research, it was still DDG Mahele, who left the department, but now there is a new DDG in that particular space, DDG Daile, and also for the integrated cooperatives, it was acting DDG Nkabinde. We now have DDG Danzi in that space. We have DDG Delwa at enterprise development, and CD strategy and governance is Ms. Mavundla, and Chief Financial Officer is Ms. Washington, and corporate services, we do have Ms. Mbad. The overall performance of the department, we had 34 targets, and of the 34 targets, 30 of those targets were achieved, and 4 of those targets were not achieved. The 30 accounted for 88%, and the 12% were those targets that were not achieved. And the following slide will then explain the different areas. In terms of the performance of this summary, in administration, the annual target, 8 targets, everything was achieved, 100%. And sector policy and research, 11 annual targets, they achieved 10, accounting for 91%, and 9% not achieved. Integrated cooperatives and micro enterprise, annual 6 achieved 5, counting for 83%, and they didn't achieve 1, which accounted for 17%. The enterprise development and innovation, the AD branch, 9, and of the 9, they only achieved 7, accounting for 78%, and they didn't achieve 2. And the total is 88%, and not achieved is 12%. Let's proceed. So this slide, it shows the summary throughout the years for a period of 5 years, from 2021 to 2025. It shows that in 2021 financial year, we achieved 86%. 21-22, we achieved 60%. 22-23, 56%. 23-24, 85%, and now in 24-25, 88%. So what is it that we have achieved? We have set ourselves for the unqualified. We again received an unqualified opinion with no material finding for the year under review, and which is often referred by AXA as a clean audit. Again, we achieved a clean audit. And the department were able to pay 100% of the valid creditors under 30 days. We had 1.6 expenditure variance on annual budget, expenditure of 2.3 billion, and of the final budget of 2.4 billion. So the department will reduce the vacancy rate by 6.6%. The representation of women at national is 50%, but as a department, we are already at 54.3%, which is higher than the national target. The department, we have 4% representation of people with disabilities, and this was as at 31 March 2025. And we had about 116 public engagement programs that we had with district municipalities and working together with SETFA. In our commitment to reduce the regulatory burdens for small businesses, the department, we provided the biannual progress report on the regulatory reform implementation plan. We had a total of 52 municipalities that we trained on the red tape reduction awareness program, the red tape reduction framework for small enterprise, and the IGR framework were approved. The IGR framework, the one evaluation and one research report that was produced to enhance the evidence-based business information and sector-wide monitoring, and also the partnership framework. We also had the value chain assessment that were conducted and approved, and one on the primary sector focusing on the cannabis industry, on the tertiary sector, one which was focusing on the wholesale and retail industry, and one on the secondary sector, which was focusing on the construction industry. And on the performance highlights, again, we had a total of 302 products that were manufactured and services rendered by MSMEs and cooperatives that were linked to domestic market. This target we overachieved. Instead of 250, we did 302. Instead of 200 MSMEs and cooperatives that were exposed globally, we exposed 244. And during the year under review, again, instead of 210 cooperatives that we supported non-financially, we supported 243. We set the target of 40 for cooperatives that were supported financially, but during this period, we were able to do 47, which was more by 7. And the 2,000 informal businesses that we supported through the IMED program, we did 2,920. MSMEs and cooperative funding policy was, the implementation reports were approved, and we also had a total of 43,000 vis-a-vis the 10,000 startup youth businesses that were supported financially. And there is a competitive, the MSMEs and also the cooperatives are those MSMEs and that are supported financially and non-financially with the ability to create or sustain jobs. Here, a total of 58,473 competitive MSMEs and cooperatives were supported during this financial year. And there was one sector focus and hybrid incubation and digital hub support strategy implementation report that was approved, and the biannual progress report on the implementation of the national entrepreneurship strategy, it was approved, and also the township economic revitalization policy was also approved. So also 4 M&E reports on the performance of the incubation and digital hub supported, because as we support these hubs, there must also be these monitoring reports to see that the money that we put in and also the reasons that they were created for or established for, they do meet those requirements. So those reports, those 4 reports, they serve that purpose. And we, like I said, we have got the 4 areas of underachievement which account for the 12% that made us shy of the 100% achievement. These are the 4 areas that made us not to get 100%. is the one partnership agreement with that we did not do. We have set ourselves that we are going to do 5 partnership agreement, but we were short of 1. There is also one business on the business infrastructure again. It's the same problem we didn't do. And then on the township and rural enterprise supported financially and non-financially, we set ourselves that we will support 30,000 township and rural enterprises, but we only supported 27,526. And on the crafters again is the same. We were supposed to support 1,000, but we ended up supporting 714. But there are reasons for that. 24, slide number 24. Please move. The presentation is no longer on the screen. Puti, the presentation is no longer on the screen, man. Can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you, DG. I thought maybe Puti will respond. Me Puti?
Can you please give the right to saying Mr. Gunene? To say,
Secretary? Secretary?
Yes, Chairperson.
Or are you seeing what we are seeing?
No, yes, I'm checking for the one that I must send the rights to. To send rights, yes.
All right.
And to sing like course, can you light it?
Memarita, are you still in the meeting?
to say, can you please respond so that they can know that we are here?
Meputi, are you still in the meeting?
Now,
Yeah.
is also not, Tuseng decided to also exit.
No, I'm here, DJ.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Very much. We were, yeah, the slide just after this one. Chairperson, then the strategies that we are putting in place to ensure that we overcome these issues is one on the partner. We're supposed to have 5 partnership agreements, and one was not. The issue is the issue of regular. What we are going to do is to have regular follow-ups of the submitted partnership agreements, so that we make sure, because some of the reasons is the signing of those agreements. Some of them have financial implications that we might not be able to meet at the time because of our budget. So there are a lot of other issues. Then on the issue of the business infrastructure, Chairperson, the issue is that why didn't we meet this one? Is the redesigning of we are redesigning the program now to deal with the issue of underperformance and developing the operational plan for the 2025-20 financial year to be monitored accordingly to ensure that we do meet this particular target moving forward. On the 30,000 that we managed to only do 27,000, what we are doing, Chairperson, we are now, this particular program was reviewed and approved during the period under review to streamline the processes and procedures, and the reviewed and approved TREP will now be implemented by SEDFA during the 25-26 financial year. Then on the 1,000 crafters, we only did 714, and to correct that, we are saying during the 25-26 financial year, this particular program will be reviewed and redesigned, and we are redesigning it so that it can be fit for purpose, and this will assist us. It will result in a revised program guideline approved, and which will make us to be able to meet the numbers that we shall have put. And one of the things in the reviewed guidelines is for us to have all provincial agencies and hubs will be encouraged to participate in the craft customized sector program in the next financial year, because we implement this together with them. So if they are involved, it will make life easy for all of us, because that's where some of the problems come from, and you will see as we proceed. 26. Next slide. On the issue of governance, we are expected to abide by all these issues that are here on slide 27, from your risk management to ensure that we do have in place the risk management policies, the strategies which we all have. We also reviewed under this financial year the compliance and regulatory universe, which encompasses the department legislative framework. We also developed the business continuity management policy, and this policy will then help us to set the foundation to conduct business impact assessment, and also the provision of the oversight role of the system, and that we do through the risk and ethics management committee, which they continue to provide instructive advice and risk and ethics management processes. On the issue of fraud, because we take this particular matter also very seriously, we have developed the fraud prevention policy, the fraud strategy, and also the whistleblowing policy. And also we have adopted and promoted a zero tolerance stance on fraud, and also on whistleblowing. We encourage citizens also, if there are issues, that they must bring them to the fore, and I must say that they do bring, and we do deal with those issues if there are any issues that people see. Sometimes people just see things and think maybe it's something that is wrong, but as we deal with those issues, we find that actually there is nothing wrong. But in instances where there's something wrong, we are able to then deal with those issues. And some of the issues, they also bring them to the portfolio committee, and you have seen us in the past also responding to the issues that have been raised. We also approve the ethics management strategy and also the lifestyle review to encourage transparency. On the lifestyle review, we do that immediately after the disclosures, and where we see that there is wealth that is not explained, then we give the person an opportunity to respond to us, because that we do by looking at the salary and the wealth acquired, and we are then able to come and colleagues must then explain where do they get the extra income from to sustain their lifestyles. 28. Also on minimizing conflict of interest, here more specifically we deal with the issue of the RWOP, which is the remunerative work outside the public service, where we ensure that people must apply and get permission for them to be able to conduct business, and we check if there is no conflict of interest, and that there is a vigorous process that goes through the risk colleagues, and then we ensure that we deal with those issues. We say yes and we say no. For instance, I've just received one last week, and I declined it because I could already pick up the conflict of interest. The code of conduct, we all know about it, and we ensure that colleagues, they adhere to the code of conduct. Everybody that is also newly appointed, we make sure that they are guided accordingly in that in terms of how they must conduct themselves. Let's proceed. Health and safety, environment. We do have and adhere to the occupational health and safety. And as a department, we also effectively manage 2 active injuries on duty cases in collaboration with relevant stakeholders. Parliamentary committees, this talks to all the meetings of Parliament, of the portfolio committee, where we are attending together with SETFA, and also the engagement with the portfolio committee, and we also present progress on strategic matters as well as of public interest. And the portfolio committee met with the department to consider our annual performance and CEFA to set out the targets for 24-25. Then also the quarterly reports, and also after the merger of CEFA CBDA into CEDA, the department tabled a revised APP for the new entity or the new agency. Let's proceed. Internal control. Departments are expected to have a unit called internal control unit, but because of the size of our department, we do not have a standalone type of unit. But the work of internal control is currently implemented this based mainly on complying with existing relevant acts, regulations, and that is why we continue to get a clean audit, because we adhere to the values of internal control, although we do not have a standard or a standalone. On internal audit and audit committees, we do have an internal audit unit in place, which reports to the DG administratively and functional to the audit and risk committee. This committee is in place for a period under review. They operated they have an ARC charter, which they are expected to have according to the PFMA. And the internal audit functions, we can confirm its independence on a quarterly basis during the 2024 financial year, and there were no impairments to independence that were reported. And the risk-based audit plan was approved by the Audit and Risk Committee for implementation, and this internal audit function, they completed 14 audits, which is 100% of the audit plan for the year under review. Slide number 31. Again, the Audit and Risk Committee operate in terms of the approved Audit and Risk Committee charter, which I spoke about, and they operate freely in exercising their duties. They are very independent. They fulfill their functional responsibilities as set out in the PFMA. They were appointed in November 2024, and they are supposed to be evaluated, but they can only be evaluated once they have finalized or concluded a year. So they complied with all their responsibilities that they were supposed to comply with. On the triple BE compliance, we have complied as a department with this particular act. Let's proceed. On human resources, the next slide. On human resources, under employment and vacancies per band, high level, the salary band, they are segregated according to lower skilled, which is your level 1 to 2 skilled, highly skilled, and as it appears there. And here it does show per band the number of posts on approved establishment. For instance, on lower skilled is 4. Number of posts that we have filled is 2, which the vacancy rate is 50%. So I will not go through line by line, but this is just explains on employment and vacancies per band, but again per program. Then it does also show that in administration, the number of posts is 139, number of posts filled 122, and it shows the vacancy rate, and also on the next program and the next program. So the number of posts approved in the establishment is 316, which also tally with the one on top there. And also the number of posts that are filled, 254, we can see is 254, and the vacancy rate 19.6. And we also have a number of employees that are additional to the establishment, which accounts to 99. Let's proceed. In terms of the expenditure on administration, the total expenditure is 165 million, and the personnel expenditure for administration is 101 million, and the training expenditure is 2.9 million. This is for administration, and also for professional services, which is your consultants, which is your work that is outsourced. Professionally, it's 1.3 million, and the personal expenditure is 60%. The sector policy, The total expenditure, 37.3 million, with the personnel expenditure of 30.8 million. And there was zero training on expenditure, and professional, they used 3.5 million. Then the next one, the next branch, the total expenditure is 142.7 million, with the personnel expenditure 37.4 million, and for training they used 971,000, and there were no professional services or external consultant used. For the AD branch is 2 billion, with the personnel expenditure of 49.2 million, and the training zero, no training, and for professional consultant is 2 million, accounting to 2.4%. Then there is a total that is shown there of 2.3 billion, with personnel expenditure overall of 218.4 million, and the training overall 3.8 million, and the professional and special services 6.8 million, and it's 9.2. Let's proceed. On the vacancy rate, again, I've spoken to the issue that we managed to reduce the vacancy rate by 6% over the reporting period, because we had about 168 appointments that were made. However, 55 of these contributed to the reduction of the vacancy rate because they were permanent positions within the approved establishment. And we know that if we have got people on contract, additional to establishment, they don't actually assist in the reduction of the vacancy rate. So during the same period, sadly, we had 87 terminations. So I always raise this, that as we get people, we also get people looking for other opportunities. 87 terminations were recorded, with only 31 impacting the vacancy rate due to the alignment with the permanent post. So there were also 5 promotions that we had during this period, but they did not influence the vacancy rate because they were internal. Let's proceed. On the women at SMS, I already spoke to this, that the national target is 50%. As a department, we're doing well. We are at 54.3%. Please proceed. I will request the CFO to touch on the slide of financial performance report. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, and good morning to Chairperson and honorable members. In terms of the spending for the 24-25 financial year, the department was allocated 2.4 billion. We were able to spend just over 2.3 billion, with a resultant variance of 39.2 million, which is 1.6%, or translating expenditure to 98.4%. The same performance in terms of programs. If you could kindly go to the next slide, please, Thank you. In terms of the performance per program, we are reflecting that administration, which was allocated 166 million for the year, was able to spend 165 million, with a variance of 970,000, resulting in a 99.4% spending. Sector policy and research was allocated 45.2 million, spending 37.3, with a variance of just under 8 million, which resulted in 82.5% in terms of spending, and a variance of 17.5%. Integrated cooperatives and micro-enterprise development had an allocation of 171 million. We spent 142.3 million, with a variance of 28.5 million. The resultant percentage in terms of expenditure is 83.3%, and a variance of 16.7%. Enterprise development, innovation, and entrepreneurship had a biggest chunk of our allocation at just over 2 billion, spending almost the entire budget, resulting in a variance of 1.8 million, which is 99.9% in terms of expenditure, and a 0.1% variance. The next slide, in terms of the performance, the variances per program, Administration's 970,000 was in the main related to the vacancies. Sector policy and research, which contributed 7.9 million in terms of the underperformance, was mainly because of the product markets due to non-compliance, as well as the partial performance in terms of the Manguzi stalls, whereas the goods and services, as well as compensation of employees, contributed 2.2 million, each due to vacancies and cancelled trips for the SMEs and cooperative exposure to international platforms. Integrated co-ops and micro-enterprise development contributed 28.5, largely due to 5.1 million in terms of the delays in finalizing and reviewing of the guidelines to the product market. Colleagues, I think committee members would have noted that DG had said that we do have corrective measures, whilst AD, which is Enterprise Development, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, contributed 1.8 million, largely due to vacancies. If we can go to the next slide that talks to the same performance, but according to in line with economic classification, we have an allocation of 232 million for compensation of employees. We spent 218 million with a variance of 14.6 million, spending being 93.7%, resulting in a variance of 6.3%. Goods and services were allocated 153.6 million. We spent 152.4 million with a variance of 1.1 million, an actual spending of 99.2 and a variance of 0.8%. Transfers and subsidies, which consume the largest part of our allocation, is allocated to 2,025,619,000. We spent just under the 2 billion with just over 2 billion with a variance of 23.3 million, which results in 98.9% and a variance of 1.1%. Capital, which is allocated the lowest amount in the department, is allocated 7.4% to the spending of 7.2 and a variance of 206,000, resulting in a variance of 2.8% and actual expenditure in terms of percentage at 97.2%. And in terms of the reasons for the performance in the next slide, expenditure, as DG indicated, is as a result, under COE, is as a result of our vacancies, which are sitting at 19.6%, which is about 62 positions, and the goods and services that contributed also about 1.2 million was really as a result of finalizing a research procurement on a research program. And in terms of transfers and subsidies, as I indicated, the variance is 23.3 million due to the delayed implementation of our product market program. And the variance on the capital expenditure of 206,000 in the main there, that's where we process our cell phone expenditure, laptops, as well as the finance lease expenditure. So at times we always have a variance because the costing, particularly on your monthly expenditure, on how you consume on your cell phones is not the same. We don't always spend 100% in that space. And in terms of that item classified as financial assets, this is where we had we spent about 3,000 there, and we shifted about 4,000, which resulted in that 1,000. And unfortunately, even though the percentage is high, the values are low, the underspending there is just 1,000. I thought maybe one should also appraise the committee that if you look at both the main contributors to the underperformance or underspending are mainly confined to two items, which is your compensation of employees and product market. Vacancies contributed 14.6, product market contributed 23.3 million. Together, these contribute 96.4% of the 39 million that we spoke to, which basically indicates that there isn't always a one-to-one match in terms of underperformance as well as the actual expenditure related to the budget that is allocated to the department. The next slide talks to the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We did not incur any unauthorized expenditure for the 24-25 financial year. In terms of the irregular expenditure, we reflected the compensation of employees, 88,000, related to an employment contract that had expired, but the contractor or employee continued to work for the month, and goods and services related to the research contract that we had awarded, and it was found that when we evaluated, we were not consistent in terms of the evaluation criteria. The AGSA, including our internal audit in terms of determination, were assured that the department did enjoy or did receive the requisite services from both the employee as well as the contractor. The internal consequence management processes have been implemented on the compensation of employees, whilst on the goods and services, the matter is still to be finalized through our HRM processes. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the department being incurred 6,000. The determination has also been finalized, and it was recommended that we recover the 6,000 from the relevant officials, and that process is being handled in financial management. If you can move on to the next slide, Kialobucha. The new audit findings for the 24-25 regulatory audit, and as members might or might not be aware, we had 9 findings for the 23-24 audit cycle, and as AGSA confirmed, we were able to address all the issues that were raised by AG, and all of these 9 are new. In the main, the issue here, there were 2 items that were identified in the financial statements. We had disclosed in our RDP fund, which is the Reconstruction and Development Program Fund, we had offset the revenue that we surrendered to National Treasury by the 31st of March 2025, instead of disclosing the entire amount as it was received at the beginning of the financial year. And the key management personnel was understated by one official, which was then subsequently corrected as AGSA had indicated. In terms of supply chain management, we had 2 matters of non-compliance where, even though we had requested quotations from the market, we had only received 1 response. And instead of getting the request to be approved by the accounting officer, it was approved within finance, which was in contravention of the delegations within the department. And the 1 transaction that related to the signing of the standard bidding document 7.2 was signed by the program manager instead of being signed by the designated official in either supply chain management or by the accounting officer. Whilst when the issues around our predetermined objectives, we had issues around a statement on the number of crafters that were supported through the customized craft support program, as well as the understatement of the number of youth startup youth businesses that were supported both financially and non-financially. And there were other 3 issues that were identified, which related to policies that were not always. In fact, the main finding here is that some of our policies do not have the date of reviews, which then suggested that we might overlook issues as and when they arise. However, it is not always possible to have dates in all the policies, because most of the policies that govern the work that we do are developed based on the existing prescripts, such as your PFMA, your Public Service Regulations, your Public Service Act, that don't always change. Most changes occur rarely, to a point that it becomes almost impossible to then determine at what point you need to be reviewing the policy. But we have agreed with the DSA that we will go back and revisit all the policies, include dates that will require us to review. The one policy that, or the one procedure that we had to review that had that was referencing an outdated prescript was in our bid administrative procedure that was updated and circulated within the department. There was also a finding that was raised that one of our advisors did not provide the Nugela certificate, and processes will be put in place to make sure that future appointments will require this upfront. And the last one being the audit committee that did not review the 23-24 annual report. And as stated by DG earlier, the audit committee was only appointed in November 2024, Chairperson. I conclude through you, if I can hand over back to DG Manzini.
Thank you very much, CFO, and thank you, Chairperson, honorable members. We recommend that the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development knows the audited and tabled 2024-2025 annual report of the Department of Small Business Development. I thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, our DG Manzini and our DDG Dairo, for presenting the issues that deals with the finances. Honorable members, there is the presentation before us. I will now allow the honorable members. Let me welcome the Deputy Minister first. Deputy Minister, you're welcome in our meeting. We have heard that you will join us late. We appreciate your presence in the meeting. Honorable members, let me see by a show of hand, or those who are having difficulties in raising the hand, they can shout. I'll then write down the names so that we have order in raising our issues. I see the hand of Honorable Kruger. Over to you, sir, as I'm noting the other members.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the department for a very informative presentation. Madam Chair, I think this presentation is evident of the difference between an acting DG and a full-time DG. So I think we must also then move to SETFA, where we can, in a couple of months, say we don't have an acting CEO, but a full-time CEO. Just a comment. Madam Chair, I just want to find out about the cooperative tribunal. How far are we with that process? And then, of course, the DG talked about lifestyle review or lifestyle audits. Madam Chair, I want to request that we received, as committee, a report once every quarter on lifestyle review reports of audits that was done, so that we can enhance our oversight in this regard. Chair, allow me also just to discuss the matter around the employment and vacancies. And we can all see there's a huge improvement in that. Again, I think it's because we sit with a DG and not an acting DG. But I want to make a proposal, Chairperson, that we must look at the opportunity of learnerships for business advisor through CETAs. It's a very cost-effective way of training our youth to become business advisors, and I'm sure if we work together with some of the CETAs, we can manage to put quite a few business advisors in the field, because I think this is one of, if you remember our oversight, I think it's one of our problems in the field is giving businesses, especially startup, advice to become successful businesses. Then we also, Chairperson, what worries me a lot, this is my last point, is Nkukela certificate. I'm very worried that we appoint a senior manager without such certificate, and I would like just to get feedback from that or a report from that, and what are we going to do. I heard the strategy in the future that we won't appoint somebody without such certificate, but what are we doing with a person in the department without such certificate? Madam Chair, and that is my story. Thank you for the time. And again, DG, thank you for a very comprehensive report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kruger. Honorable members, I have noted your hands. I've noted the hand of Honorable Malemaja, Honorable Sarah Singh, Honorable Walungile Sapo, Honorable Matulela from the chat side, and Honorable Mafani. But then now I saw the secretary reminding us of the program. There is another presentation that was supposed to follow after this one. I don't know whether we continue to interrogate this one or we allow them to present and then take the questions for both presentations. I want to apologize because I forgot about this one and the program was not on the screen. Can I get an assistant from the members?
I propose that we carry on with the questions and deliberations of the department, seeing that we already start, and then we can get the second presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Kruger, over to you, sir.
I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kruger. I was trying to say Honorable Malemaja. It's your chance.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity, greet the Deputy Minister, the DG, the CEO, the chairpersons, colleagues, honorable members, fellow South Africans. It is indeed a great pleasure for me, Honorable Chair, to be part of those who are welcoming this comprehensive, well-thought presentation by the DG and the team when they are proudly announcing the 88% improved as compared to other year, if not yesteryears. The good about is that the department seemed to go upwards if you compare the percentage from the other years. Unlike where you find that it will go up and down, up and down. I think the 88%, we really welcomed it. We further welcome the conclusion that this is a clean audit. And clean audit is clean audit. And this was one of the targets that the department targeted to achieve the clean audit. Allow me, Chair, to zoom to the 12%. It is 12% of what was not achieved, but in terms of the impact, if you go and zoom to be specific on the 27,000 rural and township economy, you will realize that if you manage to arrive at 27,000, missing 3 to 8,000, the impact in those areas is so huge. And we are saying the department do more to arrive at that. But these numbers does not discourage us. And they really encourages us that in terms of the number and the impact on the ground, your presence is felt. And the objective of conquering poverty, you are on the pathway, right one for that particular matter. The other thing, as we note this report, Honorable Chair, is the establishment of the internal audit, which we are good by nature and are very helpful, especially when they assist to audit internally and be ready for AG, so that at the end of the day, when we are doing our own monitoring, intervention, and evaluation, we rely on internal auditor that will make us look good when come to the AG, because the AG normally advise us of what needs to be done, and find that when we are working, we forgot to take care of them, and that can cause the repeating of that. With those, Chair, allow me to conclude by that we note the report, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Malemacha, for your participation. We are now going to listen to Honorable Singh. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, Chairperson, and colleagues and Deputy Minister. Chair, thank you very much to the officials for the presentation. And it must be noted that there has been a good improvement, especially when it comes to governance, and that is obviously appreciated. I don't want to dwell too much on some of the issues that have already been covered by the Honorable Kruger, but I would also like clarity on that senior manager, because if that's a prerequisite for the position, I would just like to know what is happening right now. Is that person still there without the prerequisite qualifications? So that is obviously concerning. The other thing is obviously which one cannot fault the presentation for, but I do hope that the input we've made previously regarding the measurement of impacts, as opposed to just chasing numbers. We've helped 27,000 people here, and we've helped 714 people. We've helped 200 and whatever number of people to expose them globally. It would be interesting when we send written questions to exactly see what those people have achieved with our assistance, because that is where we seem to be falling down with the number of MSMEs that are closing down and the high rate of businesses that actually do not survive. So that would be interesting. Chair, there's two things which I know should not be part of the presentation, but I think it's important. I would just like for my own self to have some clarity on two things. The one is, we've obviously, from this department, given quite a lot of money. I think, if I remember correctly, I think it was 150 million rand to the Spaza Shop Support Fund. So I would just like to know, when will we get some kind of accountability in this department? That's the first thing. And the second thing is this: does our department, or maybe when SEDFA does its presentation, do we manage funds for other departments? For example, the tourist fund. Is SEDFA or the department or somebody from here managing that? And how does that affect staff personnel and whatever other resources that are needed to actually manage those things, and how does that get accounted for, and where does it get reported to? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Balumkile Sapho.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, to the honorable members and everyone in the meeting. Few things for me, Chair. I will be a nice person today. Yes, I'll be very nice. Well done, TG and your team. I think I agree with Honorable Kruger. There is a difference between an acting DG and a DG. I know you were acting at some point. Yeah, you can tell that now the job is yours. You're no longer not sure whether it will be yours or not. But few things, Chair. One that is concerning for me is the very high rate of terminations. I can see is most of them is assistant directors and support staff. Um, I know when I understand when the DG says most of the time it's because people get other opportunities. But for me, it's concerning taking into consideration the level of these posts and even I really wish to know, and it does not only for me it also has an element of undermining the stability and capacity. Is it because people are not getting opportunities within the department, or is it because there are no opportunities in the department? It doesn't necessarily sit well with me. The second thing here is on the 52 municipalities that were provided with the reduction training. I just want to check the impact, DG. I know that at some point we requested that these be mentioned by municipalities. It's fine. Let's move from that. But the effectiveness and the impact beyond the training, is there any difference, especially to these that were treated this particular item? The third thing, Chair, is on the more than 43,000 startup youth businesses that we supported, both financial and non-financial. Yes, I understand the target was 10,000, but for me, 42 is a lot. 43 is a lot. Honestly, yes, you can overperform, but not to this extent. Can we then get can they be separated? We then get to understand that those that were supported financially and those that were supported non-financially. I'm raising this chair because I'm not a fan of incompetency, but at the same time I get very worried when they seem to be over performance. Because performance must speak to the impact, it must speak to the effectiveness, and what it does to change the lives of the people. But on this one, I'm a bit skeptical. I am not sure whether it's true or not. But can that be separated so that we can understand it better? Maybe when they are separated, we will be able to understand. The second last thing here is on the building infrastructure for MSMEs and cooperatives. I do understand, DG, when you say you are designing the program. And I also see that even that of the crafters is going to be redesigned, and the TREP program was reviewed. I see when there is no performance, you quickly redesign or review. I don't have a problem with that, but my problem is then when you said you will then have partnership with the agencies of the provinces. I am worried because have you then assessed their functionality? I'm raising this because one of the Free State, when we were in oversight last week, that agency is completely not functional. and of the Northern Cape is also not functional. But now when you are saying you are redesigning this program and you are intending to partner with them, I am worried and not sure how does that going to work, because most of them, they are not functional. I agree, yes, you can redesign the program because at the end of the day, you will need the support of the provinces and the support of the municipalities for this particular program to be effective. But what is very important is also to make sure that the plans that you want to put in place are realistic and they will be able to make you to achieve what you seek to achieve. The last thing, Chair, is on the partnership steering committee, because I think the department has been struggling in approving partnerships in almost all the quarters. It was difficult for the department to achieve this. I want to check what is the role of this committee, DG, and amandla bohamba phelephi, because for me, they're the group of individuals that are not performing. I can tell you for free. And there are a group of individuals that are lazy. I just then want to understand what is their role and what is their mandate, how far they can go into making sure that there are partnerships in place and they are approved on time, because their performance is really not satisfying. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sapo. Indeed, you were nice. I'm sure the department will agree to that. Honorable Matulelo, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself, honorable members and the department. I'm not satisfied with the outcomes of the audit with regards to the reality, but we know this audit is administrative, Chairperson. While the department celebrates a reported 88% achievement rate on e-performance indicators, we are deeply concerned, Chairperson, about the disconnect between administrative compliance and real impact on small enterprises, nama cooperatives, and Nakui township economy. So the audit outcomes as reflected to the true effectiveness on the ground, where our entrepreneurs continue to face bureaucracy. I think this morning I received a complaint where someone was awarded a 50,000 back in 3 years in Gauteng. Until today, the bottlenecks, delayed funding, weak coordination, and the collapsing agent support systems. Following into yokuhlanganiswa kosida nosifa. Number 2, on the performance and service delivery gaps, underperformance and structural weaknesses, Chairperson, I will talk about the unmet core targets. Since there are 4 critical service delivery targets that were missed, including infrastructure development for AMSMEs, township and rural enterprise support, and support to crafters. These are not minor indicators, Chairperson, but they are a core pillars of enterprise development and the transformation. So as target set for the integration failures, the merger of SEFA and SEDA, ne CBDA, yes, to USEDFA, was meant to streamline support to small businesses. Instead, it has created new inefficiencies, unclear governance lines, and delayed disbursements. Entrepreneurs continue to face frustrations and disempowerment. You will remember, Chairperson, they reported here that there's a lot of applicants versus the allocated budget. today we're sitting here with the allocated budget to the same asset assist program. Instead of the department to disperse and go there in those people who are already waiting, who wasted their resources to go and do inzame zokuthi ba-apply earlier this year. The department until to date abanayo i-willingness yokuthi pick in that 90% that is still waiting out there to assist them because the allocation is there. Why waiting? Why not dispersing? Vacancies and weak capacity. And also, DG, I advise that at least you just go there and make sure that you deliver or niyabafanda, at least you niphungule to that 90% before even you go to adverts. Adverts, they are not assisting our people. Advertising, it wastes their data, their resources. They have to go to internet cafes. So we must be innovative. Now that DG, you are no longer acting, you must take decisions and informed decisions that are not going to zifaka abantu bethu under i-waste yama-expenditure wabo okugqibela bengasebenzi indawo and also benemali ezinganelanga for ukwehla besenyuka. So the vacancies and the weak capacity of the department, it admits to a 19.6% chairperson vacancy rate and structural weaknesses in internal control, with no dedicated internal control unit, which is alarming, chairperson, for a department handling over 2 billion in transfers. Over-reliance on quantitative indicators is a big problem, chairperson. Reporting on thousands of supported MSMEs does not reflect the quality, sustainability, or job creation impact. Many support programs remain one-off engagements, with no measurable transformation in market access or in competitiveness. There is no any impact on those written down percentages and a lot of digits our way. So my financial management concerns are as follows, because while the department achieved a clean audit, the so-called clean audit, we are cautioning that underspending of 23 million on the key programs, such as product markets, represent missed opportunities to stimulate local economies. Irregular expenditure and the fruitless expenditure, though minor in value, shows a persistent weakness in supply chain management and oversight. The absence of the internal control unit raises serious governance and accountability concerns, especially given the department's expanding mandate. So the government and the ethical oversight on compliance has become a tick box exercise, not a driver of the accountability and the transformation. So the audit risk and committee has not yet been evaluated since its appointment in 2024. This is a clear indication, Chairperson, that they are undermining performance oversight by not utilizing that audit and risk committee. The department continues to operate in a vacuum of leadership direction. Again, the minister andazi samgqibelanini kule committee iyoziphele nale term nditsho nje, with little political will to translate policies like the township economy a revitalization policy into tangible impact. So I want to comment also on human resource. Although the department reduces its vacancy rate by 6.6% and achieved gender equality in SMS positions, we note that high turnover and temporary appointments reflect instability. There is still no coherent strategy for capacity building, USETFA, or the broader SMME ecosystem. We can say about 6.6%, but if ever those people are not permanent, we're not going to be counting that as achievement. We reject the attempt to use audit outcomes to mark policy and implementation failures. The department's focus on the compliance rather than the developmental impact perpetuates underdevelopment and inequality in the small business sector. That's my concerns, Chairperson, and also I hope that before we go to USETFA report, we will get answers, because we run a risk always in this portfolio committee not to get our answers. So my recommendations as Bandivala are as follows. We need a full audit of the SETFA operations post-emerger, focusing on e-governance, performance, and accessibility of funding. We need a filling of all critical vacancies, including the establishment of a functional internal control unit. Intone ebambile ubu-CEO and others must be permanent. Reprioritization of budget allocations towards township and rural enterprise infrastructure development. Number 4, transparent reporting on the actual number of small businesses that accessed funding, not just those supported. A quarterly accountability sessions between the DSBD, SETFA, and parliamentary to track the measures' outcomes. A complete overall of the department's performance indicators to focus on impact, sustainability, and transformation rather than numerical appliances. So we remain maintaining that the Department of Small Business Development has not yet demonstrated the real capacity to drive inclusive economy growth or the transform of small business landscape. The so-called clean audit is only administrative, not developmental, until the department reorientates itself towards real service delivery. The lives of small entrepreneurs will remain unchanged. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Matulelwa, thank you very much for the participation, but I will request that next time you stick to the agreed minutes that we talked to when we were in our meeting last time, our committee meeting. But then we are moving forward to the Honorable Member Mafahani. Over to you, ma'am.
Re ke leboge Chairperson, ke dumedishe bahlompegi ka moka mo o meeting le ba department ke ba dumedishe, and then ke feleletse ka Deputy Minister wa rena Thobela ka moka. While the department successfully achieved 30 out of 34 performance targets, which is 88%, there are several disconnects between strategic planning, implementation, and outcomes. The department maintains an overall vacancy rate of 19.6%, with Program 3, Sector Policy and Research, experiencing 27.8% vacancy rate, which compromises service delivery. Limited integration between programs is evident in underperformance area, particularly the failure to achieve only 1 out of 5 partnership agreement, despite having 12 agreements under consideration. Chairperson, I think last night I wrote you an email to ask the department to come and speak to us about the tourism fund. There's a lot of issues with the tourism fund, which led to the Minister of Tourism taking away that program away from small business. So, and this was done this year, 2025. So I'm going to ask that the department come through and explain to us how they lost that very critical vehicle to assist our tourism small business owners, who majority of is the previously marginalized and the poor. Okay, getting back to that. The annual report provides adequate clarity on measurable objectives through its 34 output indicators across 4 programs. Each program articulates specific outcomes, output, and measurable indicator with clear performance standards. Clear performance framework with binary achievement criteria of 0.99% and not achieved, 100% achieved. Comprehensive reporting across all 4 programs with detailed explanation for deviations. Strong achievement in core areas of 43,091 startup on youth business supported, which is about 430% of the target. 58,473 competitive MSME supported, which is around 116% of the target. However, the Department of Small Business and Development's approach shows a significant misalignment with radical economic transformation agenda. And as the MK, obviously, our president is the father of radical transformation. We advocate for a fundamental restructuring of the economy, the ownership patterns, the land expropriation without compensation, and comprehensive state intervention in the economy. And we are seeing major gaps in the economic transformation. One should advocate for radical economic transformation involving nationalization of key industries and the dismantling of white monopoly capital. The Department of Small Business and Development's reality is limited to support in supporting existing MSME within current economic structure, achieving a modest infrastructure development. Only 1 out of 5 business infrastructure projects completed. And we need a fundamental change in structures, system, institution, and patterns of ownership and control of the economy in favor of South Africans, especially the poor. The department approaches incremental support through financial assistance and capacity building without addressing systematic ownership patterns. We need a strong state-led intervention strategy and control over economic processes, similar to development state models. The Department of Small Business and Development implementation is market-oriented approach, which limits transformative impact. Evident by inability to complete partnership agreements and infrastructure programs. Poor alignment exists between planning, financial management, and implementation across programs. On the financial performance, total expenditure variance of 1.6% of 38.9 million underspent indicates planning implementation gaps. Program 3 significantly underperformed with 28.5% million underspent, primarily due to delays in product marketing program implementation. Irregular expenditure of 814,000 suggest weak financial controls and procurement processes, which it becomes a very big challenge in terms of implementation. Critical underperformance in infrastructure development, only 20% achievement rate for businesses infrastructure projects. Partnership in development failure of 80% shortfall in securing public-private partnership. Program redesigns requires in multiple areas, indicate an initial planning in a shortage. Let me say just shortage. Okay, the audit opinion analysis. The department achieved an unqualified audit opinion with no material funding for the 2024-2025, representing a clean audit. However, this positive outcome masks an underlying systematic issues. Financial statement issues, 2 issues including understated key management personnel, supply chain management, 2 compliance failures, predetermined objectives, 2 understatement issues, and others, 3 findings, including outdated policies and government gaps. And now my perspective on that is that we want to emphasize transparency and accountability, that it aligns with achieving clean audit. However, one will likely critique the audit failure to address fundamental questions about economic transformation impact and beneficiary demographics. In conclusion, Chairperson, I want to speak about the concern of high vacancy rate, suggesting inefficient human resource utilization, program delays, underspent indicate poor resource allocation efficiency, limited infrastructure delivery, 20% achieved, represents poor value for money. The department's approach lacks the agency and scale required for meaningful transformation. One would likely argue that supporting 58,475 competitive SMEs, while positive, represent incremental change rather than the radical restructuring needed to address systematic inequalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mafagane. Honorable members, thanks for the participation. DDG, I also have something to raise here. The department achieved an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings for the 2024-25 financial year, successfully so. And the department managed to pay 100% of its valid creditors within 30 days. I want to applaud this one. I think it's a good work that the department did. But then, what measures have been put in place to sustain or further enhance these high standards of financial management, transparency and accountability in the forthcoming financial years, particularly in the context of improving efficiency, and mitigation potential risk. With regard to the human resource, I want to join the honorable members by applauding the department for the good work done, which shows an improvement compared to the report that we're hearing, especially last year. So on the issue of the vacancy rate of 50%, I think DG, this one is too much. We need 100% performance with regard to employment. The honorable members touched on it, but I just want to reiterate that it will be very good if you can have 100% performance with regard to this one. Well, with regard to expenditure, I would also want to continue to applaud the department for the good work that they have done. But what we need is that department should make sure that they use all the monies given to them so that in future they can be able to request for more. I don't know what is going to happen when some of the monies, even if it can be R2, is being returned back with the name of underperformance. I don't know, DG. You'll have to respond to that one. And on the side, I wrote something here, one of the reasons for variance. I think this one, DG, can be avoided. I repeat, we don't want underspending. Honorable members talk to the issues of the vacancy post. I started by it, I said we need 100%. And this is what we will need going forward. We really don't want us to talk about vacancy posts every now and then when we meet as the portfolio committee. The honorable member support touched on the issue of a high rate of termination. Let me not repeat that one. When we were in Bloemfontein, indeed I received a request from the honorable Mafagane, because we had the department, and I really want to applaud them for working with us so nicely when we were in Bloemfontein. They were available. We did not lack anywhere whereby the request was being shifted to another person. We had DG, we had everybody on board who were responsible and who were taking care of all the questions that were asked. But then now the DDG, who worked with us so well, who were on time at the site, up until we finish off with our oversight visit. They mentioned the issue of tourism that they were using to assist our small enterprise development people. So the Honorable Mafagane talked to it so nicely. I'll wait for the response, DG. If you don't have it today, I think next time when you come to the portfolio committee meeting, you'll be able to assist us with this, with this or with it. So my last question would be this one. I want to know the factors that contribute to the shortfall in securing the target number of strategic partnerships. You mentioned it, but I want you to continue to go deeper, talk to it, tell us about what is it, what are the measures that are going to be taken in implementing or in strengthening the collaboration. On that note, I have a request to the honorable members. I had one other member saying we need the responses now. I know they have written them down. When they will be responding, I'll request that the honorable members have a pen and tick. If ever they maybe manage to miss or jump any other question for honorable member, I'll give the honorable members time. What is going to happen now? We are going to take on the other report. I think it's from SEDFA. And on that note, Chairperson of SEDFA, you're being welcomed now. I forgot to welcome you when we were opening our meeting. I would request that we take the second presentation. They do the presentation and then we come with the questions again, and then they will respond to it. Thank you very much. Who's going to take us through?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, and to the honorable members, and to our Deputy Minister, our DG, CEO, and the DDGs present. Chairperson, the CEO will take us through the presentation of our annual report. I think it is important just to highlight a few things, that this is our first annual report as an agency. We had 4 audits, considering that there were 3 entities that did the 2 quarters of the year under review, which is quarter 1 and quarter 2, which then they had to close in the middle of a financial year. And then SETFA then started on the 1st of October and did the remaining 2 quarters. It was a mammoth task to put together 4 audited information and then consolidate it into one to get to this annual report. Of course, there were challenges along the way, considering that these other entities were also being deregistered with the CIPC and some of the activities that have to happen, but we managed to have all that information being ready so that it can then be consolidated to get to one annual report under now the banner of SETFA. So, Chairperson, I'm going to let the CE just take through the committee with the showcasing our performance, areas where we did well, areas where we didn't do well, and of course the remedial action, because it is indeed a process. And then we'll take questions later on when the honorable members bring questions after they have consumed our presentation. Thank you. Through you, Chair, if I may then invite the CE to be given sharing rights so that he can share the presentation and take the committee through. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. CEO, we are in your hands.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you, Honorable Chair, and honorable members on the platform, the Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the Board, the DG, and the colleagues. I will take the committee through the presentation. I'm not sure if it's visible.
There is no presentation, CEO. It's just your name on the screen.
All right. Try again.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly then run through the presentation, making sure that I provide all the required details also. Sure. Is it in the presentation mode?
Yeah, it's fine now, but maybe if you can put it on presentation mode. Thanks.
So apologies, members. It's just not doing what I needed to do. Let me just reshare again. All right. Chair, I'm just trying to put it on the presentation mode. I'm not sure what is the challenge today, but I'll keep on trying so that I don't waste time. Let me also okay, there it is. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, today I'm presenting the first or the inaugural annual report of SEDFA as an entity that has existed for only a period of 6 months to the end of March. We will then be presenting the performance of this organization, but we'll do it together with, the performance of or dealing with the issues and performance issues of the three other entities that operated up until the end of September last year. So the merger then of the entities happened during the financial period, which necessitated quite a lot of action from our side in terms of closing, as the chairperson was saying, the previous entities, and also making sure that there's an alignment in terms of how we report as SEDFA as a combined entity, combining the three entities. And that was really the establishment and the establishment blocks of the new entity throughout that period. But also closing those entities didn't mean that we just closed them and leave them as they were. We had to make sure that their financials are audited. Also, the CIDA, CIFA, and CBDA, which took quite a lot of time in terms of our finance team to finalize that, but also not just managing the audit issues around the three entities, but making sure that we also comply in terms of how we convert our reporting from GRAB to IFRS as well, and also engaging in a lot of text and conversations, also with SARS and also with AG on the new entity and how everything should be framed. Chairperson, we say that these results of the 24-25 up until end of March, they really underpinned by the persistent low level of economic growth in terms of, that we've seen in South Africa. I think also even at that time, some of the small businesses were still last year experiencing energy supply shortages. We also had issues of global economic volatility, which affected, even though things were happening in Ukraine, but they affected how the small businesses were trading in this country. And that's a big effect in terms of the work that we do in funding and the ability then of the small businesses to repay the finances that we issue becomes much more impacted by all these challenges. And in the prior financial year, these challenges played a very huge role in creating or in creating or in making sure that the businesses that have been funded are operating under strenuous conditions, and that is a key context to what we'll be presenting today. As I said, Chair, we're just dealing with the entity that up to end of March was indeed 6 months in terms of its operation. Chairperson, would like to say that in the current financial year, even though we're dealing with the 6 months entity, we were able to receive an unqualified audit report. However, there were findings, and those findings, I would get, the CFO will get into the details, but mainly driven by the establishment phase of the entity and us being able to submit mainly our financials on time, which then caused some delays. However, even though there were delays in that, we're able to finish and submit the annual report to Parliament within the prescribed period. So we had to work extra hard to get the auditors to finish our audit, even though they had to do that in September. Chair, I won't go too much into the issues of the mission, values, and vision, except that in everyday life of the organization, we work towards making sure that there is integrity, and there is also customer-centric excellence. There is agility in the way we do things. This will be seen in the near future as we're working on various systems to ensure that we respond to clients early. As I indicated, a new entity that started, I think now, this month we're celebrating 1 year, or we are 1 year old as an organization. But putting systems doesn't take just a year, but we've made strides in making sure that we go out on RFIs, busy with RFPs now to make sure that we're able to onboard the best systems for the small businesses. And we envisage that we will be able to solve a lot of the challenges, including issues of responses, turnaround time, and so forth, with us implementing these new systems that we want to put in place, including coordinating the ecosystem. I won't go much into legislative mandates, except for just saying that as far as the National Small Enterprise Amendment Act, when we mention small enterprises, we're talking about both the MSMEs and the cooperatives. So one doesn't exclude the cooperatives at all as we continue to do the presentation. We also have policy mandates and institutional policies. So I won't go into detail. I'll take that as read because I want to get straight into performance. But just from an establishment point of view, the value chain is very clear in terms of what we do, in terms of our delivery model, where we deal with pre-investment, investment, and post-investment for our client. And we're doing work to then establish that and creating this entity as the leading entity in providing services to small businesses or small enterprises in this country. And we'll do so by also not just limiting it to designing and implementing programs, but also to making sure that we strengthen the capacity of service providers that support small businesses. That becomes our mandate, that whoever is supporting small businesses in the country must maintain certain standards and must then undertake certain training so that the services that they offer to small businesses are services that we know are of good quality and they are not just a copy and paste. And that's the mandate that we also have over and above lending, and also making sure that then the businesses that we support, they do well, both domestically and internationally via the services that we offer, which I'll get into in terms of how we're doing around access to markets locally and internationally. And we do all that through promoting a service delivery network, basically talking about us being accessible and also to various small businesses across the country, even in rural areas. I will also talk to that when we talk about the future prospects of this entity towards the end of my presentation of how we're going to work with different partners and what we've started, including municipalities and so forth, to make sure that our services are accessible. Chairperson and the members, I'll go through this slide. This slide quickly just depicts the functional structure of the new entity. I'll not go into details around it, but maybe to mention a few things that this structure was then approved post 1st of October last year. We had to go through approving just the functional structure of the organization, and then post that we then placed adverts for the executives that will lead these different units. And we continue then with the interviews as far as that is concerned. But happy to say, for example, that the organization really comprises of the business development services, which focuses really on non-financial support, and also the lending and investments, which deals with our lending and the investments that we do in the entity across various spectrums and various products. Then you have your support functions, which is credit risk, that deals with supporting the credit decisions that we make, doing research and making sure that we comply as far as every legislation that has to deal with credit management in South Africa. And I am happy to say that out of the recruitments that we're doing, the Executive for Credit and Risk joined us now in September, started the work which will assist us a lot in a lot of issues, including the issue of fraud prevention and management, and also making sure that we monitor our credit risk and that the instruments that we use and the transactions that we process also do perform. We're done with the chairperson was leading the interviews of the CIO and the CFO. That is done. We're expecting an outcome very soon this year that they will also join, and we'll be able then to have a team, the executive for ecosystem and stakeholder, that talks to the work that we do and how we coordinate the ecosystem and manage the ecosystem for the benefit of the small enterprises, including putting the work that we do out there, because we do a lot of work and we haven't been in the past being really actively showcasing the work that we do. We do get the backlash on the work not done, but the committee visit, as the chair was saying, showcased some of the work that we do, even though sometimes we do say targets have not been met, but where we've met targets, we're able to demonstrate the impact. And I'll go through some of the impact at the end of the clients that we've supported, just to show the impact of the services that we offer. For us, it's not just about the numbers, it's about what us being able to show those small businesses and the impact of, for example, turnover growth and so forth, which I will show towards the end in terms of the services that we offer. So, and also from a technology or digital transformation point of view and innovation, I'm also happy to announce that the executive for this unit joined mid-August, because we're prioritizing technology and we need to make sure that we have someone leading us in the space to make sure that we've got the right systems to assist the small businesses efficiently and urgently without delays, and also ensure there's accountability on work that is not done, because if we have a proper system, we are able to ensure that there's accountability and you can track the numbers and the way people are doing work and why work has taken so long, because the system is clear and really tells you the right and the correct information. So I would leave it there with this one, just the update on that, because that establishment at the top is enabling us now to establish at the bottom of the pyramid and make sure that we've got the right skills and the right people to execute the work that we need. We'll continue on the human resource and legal, making sure that we find the right executive, but on the ones where we found, we are then implementing on the bottom structure, making sure that we've got the right resources to drive this entity and make it the entity that Honorable Matulelo was also talking about in terms of changing the landscape to provide services to the small businesses. Chairperson, our performance was driven through various outcomes, 6 outcomes, and that's what I will be reporting on, the performance of CETRA. The first one was about an increased growth and sustainability of small enterprises. That really touches base on the business development support work that we do in trying to create sustainable and growing businesses, and I'll go into that into how we performed on that. And then outcome 2 talks to the finance part of our work and the businesses that we've been able to fund. Outcome 3 talks about the work that we do specifically on the cooperatives and the CPIs out there, and I'll report also on the performance on that. And then outcome 4 talks to increased localization and market penetration. I said I will also indicate that I will also touch base on how we've performed on that and how also this has assisted some of the businesses that I'll showcase later to achieve growth and success. And outcome 6 is more of the ecosystem, 5 ecosystem, 6 is more of an internal measure. On the highlights, up until end of March, Chairperson, we will break down these numbers in terms of the jobs as I go through each and every outcome, so that it can be clear, how the jobs were then derived. But we are looking at having supported 243,000 small businesses throughout the period with 220 jobs, and I'll break them down further later as the program, so it can be clear how that was achieved. We also were able to disperse 3.6 billion into the economy, via our direct and indirect lending channels, and we believe from our side that we can always improve from this with availability of funding. But as things stand, we're doing a great job compared to our peers within the ecosystem in terms of the DFIs that are our size and that we offer these services together with. So that was dispersed, not approved, dispersed into the economy. And out of the 3.6 billion, 2.7 billion was distributed to black-owned businesses. Out of that 3.6 billion, 1.6 billion was distributed to women-owned businesses, which is a huge milestone for us. We have improvement to do on the youth-owned businesses. 552 million was distributed into the youth-owned businesses. The target was not met. We have a lot of improvement, but we have measures now to make sure that there is a flow from pre-investment support to the investment support that we implemented in Q2 and the Q2 report will show that there is some value chain that is happening. And then also there's a role and a big space to improve on what we distribute to the township economy. And then the rural businesses through our indirect channels also, and what we funded received about 1.7 billion of that. So we are servicing and we're showing that we prioritize what we need to prioritize from a development impact point of view, and we monitor and manage the sectors and the specific spaces where we need to inject capital. But where we're not doing well, like the youth and township, there is an improvement plan to make sure that we are able to reach out to those markets, including what the DG was mentioning on the TRAP program, that it will be implemented differently through revised numbers, because we've realized that township businesses not only require up to R1 million, but they need more than that. And the solid businesses that are there, they need way more than that. And looking at the values and all the stuff will also help us going forward to finance the core businesses that are growing within the space. From a finance performance point of view, our net asset value was at 3.1 billion with a profit of 625 million made. Chairperson, I'll go straight into the outcomes to deal with the indicators within the outcomes, with the indicators being in the middle to what we were meant to achieve in terms of the township businesses. So this outcome one that talks to growth and sustainability of small enterprises on the TRAP program in terms of the business development support services. This is everything we do, excluding the issues of access to market. We're able to then exceed the target and supported 30,000 businesses versus a target of 18,750. On the mentorship and training, which is the biggest part of what we do, as I always mention, this is our bread and butter. And as we're moving also towards more tailor-made training and coaching, we're able to surpass that target and we're able to achieve 32,509 small businesses that we've assigned mentors, that we've trained and that we've coached during this difficult period. It is important that we continue to increase this number going forward, because the survival rate of small businesses, or the improvement in the survival rate of small businesses, depends on the training, mentorship and coaching of this business. I'll show one business later, one of many where we injected, or where we provided this service of training, coaching and how that improved their business just by doing training, coaching, and mentorship, how things change, because you are injecting different knowledge to a small enterprise that they wouldn't have had and that they need to run and successfully maintain stability in their businesses. On the CSDP, the Cooperative Development Support Program, we were meant to do 40. By end of the financial year, we did 22. We continued, as Honorable Tulela was asking, we continued to make the approvals, because it was important that we do not just stop because the financial year has ended, but to make sure then that we're able to continue approving and supporting these businesses, and that we've been able then to do post the financial year end, and we continue then to make payments to those that we've just done recently. There are struggles as far as payments are concerned, issues of CSD, compliance with the suppliers, but we're working with the cooperatives, and some of the cooperatives members visited during the Free State visit. I think this is a great program. It makes a huge difference within the community, but I will not say so myself. That is up to the members to discuss. But I think from where I stand, it's a very great a program that we need to inject more funding into to change the lives of the community, especially in the rural parts of the different provinces that we have. On the quality improvement, this is the work that we do to make sure that the products that are produced by small businesses are offered the right quality for consumption, and also for them to sell and to get orders. We're able to achieve and exceed and more than double that number. On the productivity improvement, this is where we work with small businesses to improve the production and productivity or production efficiencies, for them to save cost and to save on wastages and to produce on time and improve the numbers that they are able to produce through the system that they have. We're able to also more than double those numbers. These are very expensive interventions because it takes experts. Sometimes they come from different countries to come and assist the businesses that we have, depending on the complexity of the business and the production that takes place. On the technology transfer assistance, we're able to do 5 out of the 6. But I must say that we're limited by the year end, but we've been able to do 12 more since then to make sure that we close on that target. Now, we do not just leave the targets unattended just because the year has ended. We had a target of 1,000 assists. By year end, we had done 401, but I want to assure the committee that we're able to approve much more, exceeding that 1,000 post the year end as well. The general dealer program that the DG was speaking about, the product market and the general dealer programs, those two product programs, we had to reassess and look at a better way to implement those programs through the partnership, and we will respond to the question that was posed regarding the issue of partnerships and who we partner with. Definitely not with the ailing entities, but we know that the data of the general dealers and sits a lot with the Department of Community Development and the related agencies. Obviously, we pick and choose so that we're able to make sure that we deliver on these and make the change that we need. I won't go too much into the clients that we supported under priority sectors and the urban-based clients also that we had to support, because we exist for both the township and rural businesses, and also supporting some businesses that exist within the urban space. We can't be exclusive. We can't exclude those businesses because they also need our support, and we're able to meet those targets. Under this program, I didn't mention that we supported about 70,082 businesses under Outcome 1, and I want to touch base on the incubation. We had a target of 2,000 in terms of the numbers that we were going to accept within the incubation space. We accepted about 1,728 of the businesses that were able to include and onboard into the incubation space, mainly due to issues of financial constraint within that space. I've spoken about the product markets and how they redesign, and the DG spoke about them. Just breaking down, out of these 72,000 businesses, we have a clear breakdown of how many of these businesses were women-owned businesses. We are saying out of the 70,082, 38,172 were women-owned businesses that were supported here. And we're also saying 29,782, apologies for that error, were youth-owned businesses within the business development support. And the only 4% of that was persons with disabilities. It's an area that we need to improve quite a lot on. We have then broken down the jobs created. As we said, there is an overlap in terms of jobs, and there are some programs, for example, that don't create jobs immediately. As I've mentioned, under this program, for example, creating a business plan doesn't result into a job immediately. Only when that business plan is being implemented, then you can begin to count a job. Yes, the business plan will have the number of jobs to be created, but until that business plan is funded or is put into action, only then we can count the number of jobs. And we see this coming in different years. So we're able to track and maintain that, and also breaking down what was then sustained in terms of the jobs. So I will get into the next outcome so that we also deal with the same in terms of the jobs and everything. So that there's a clear breakdown. It's just not jobs facilitated. I know that when one started with the highlights, I did say facilitated, but I said I will break it down to be clear what are the jobs that we are making. Chair, on outcome 2, which talks to enhance access to finance by small enterprises, we're able to then achieve certain outcomes, and others were not able to achieve, even though work was done towards achieving those outcomes. We were meant to approve 2.4 billion. We approved exactly 2 billion into these businesses. We continue to make improvements in that space. However, because we do have approvals that are lagging, that are coming from the previous year, which we implement, we're able then to inject that 3.3 billion and shutting the lights off versus a target of 2.1 billion that we had. And this includes both our direct and indirect channels that we have, which talks to really money that is within our economy. So we have to improve on the approvals, because approvals leads to disbursements. But so far, we've been able to manage that together with our partners. I would probably leave the issues of the number of businesses that were supported, but we're looking at 165,000 businesses rounded down that were supported. This further talks to the issue of the Black businesses, as I did, that was supported through financial support, which is about 2.7 billion. And I said most of the money that we had went to women-owned enterprises at 1.6 rounded up billion rand. We continue then to make the improvements on the youth and the PW and PWD enterprises. And we believe that the change and revise program of the township will enable us to then achieve the great numbers, with 1.6 billion being dispersed to rural-owned, to rural businesses, exceeding the target. Chair, we have, I think I've spoken to what we're doing now from the system point of view as an organization to improve our turnaround times. We've got a challenge here on the system-based challenge on the work that we do. And I'm saying this because when, for example, a client has submitted an application and the investment officer is busy with an application and there are documents that are missing from that application, communication is sent to the client to submit those applications. No matter how long the client takes to submit those documents, the system continues to count the number of days that are being taken. So the new systems would assist us to be able to have a much more precise a number and much more precise process, so that we count really the number it takes for us to process, and excluding other matters. But that is a priority area for us, so that we do not find ourselves in trouble and in conversations that are difficult as far as this process is concerned. The others were met. I will not go into details because my presentation is a bit long, but we also break down in terms of the women, youth, and rural businesses that we've been able to support. On the cooperatives CBI programs, all the targets were met. I will not go into details. We're able to achieve 100% under outcome 3 of the program. On outcome 4 of the program that talks to localization and market penetration, we're able to achieve the target, all the targets. Actually, on some managed to double or triple the target, but with the exception of the international trade missions, where we take clients to market the product overseas. And the rationale for that is that the countries that we wanted to visit, that we had planned to visit, cancelled the trade missions at the last mile, resulting in us not then being able to take the clients. But the plans were there. However, it takes time, to plan an international market for clients. So once we lock them, we need them to execute, and sometimes the countries postpone and we are not able to achieve the numbers. So I won't stay much on this, Chairperson, but this talks to us linking the small businesses to local markets with clear contracts or clear orders, and we're able to do that for those businesses and getting them ready then, because before you can link them to the market, you need to do a lot of training. You need to make sure that from an SAPS, from a HACCP, depending on what the client is doing, they are able to comply, and we start there before linking them into the market, and we're able to offer those services, and we're able to achieve high numbers in terms of us preparing those clients. Chairperson, I won't go into the internal one, which is more of ecosystem coordination. I will ask the CFO to come in to just present this section of the financial part, then I'll come back, Chairperson, to close. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CE. Good morning, Madam Chair, the Portfolio Committee members, the Deputy Minister, DG, our Board Chairperson, and colleagues on the call today. I'm going to quickly take you through some of the financial information that we thought we should share today. I think we have touched on the 2 distinct reporting periods that are included in the annual report. The first period being from April to September, and the second period October to March. Just to also give comfort that we did write to the Office of the Accountant General and asked how we should show the mid-year merger in our annual report. And we were advised to do it in this way, to have the 3 separate entities before the merger have their financial statements, and then a final set of financial statements for the group set for post the merger. So that's what we've got in the annual report. If we can go to the next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. I think we also did touch briefly on some of the technical accounting matters that we had to undertake some consultation on. In terms of the Directive 12 that's issued by the Accounting Standards Board, we confirmed that CEDFA would need to apply IFRS, and for that reason, we then needed to convert the CEDA and CBDA balances to GRAP balances. From GRAP to IFRS balances for the purposes of the merger. What we also had a technical consultation on was how to present this merger in the annual financial statements in terms of IFRS, and we have applied the merger accounting, which is called business combinations under common control. So basically what it means is that the ultimate parent is the same before and after the merger, with the ultimate parent being the government of South Africa. When you do a business combination under common control, you are then allowed to choose to do predecessor accounting, which means you bring in the carrying balances of the entities that are being merged. As per IFRS, you bring in those carrying values and you show them from the date of the merger, so show the balances prospectively. It's for that reason that there is no comparative information in the SEDFA group financial statements. If we can go to the next slide, please. I think just to highlight then that because of the work that we've done, we were able to consistently apply IFRS and show seamless integration of the 3 predecessor entities. And we've preserved the historical accuracy of the balances that were carried forward from those 3 entities are now in our opening sets of financial statements for SEDFA. Going forward, there will then be comparative reporting for SEDFA. The next slide, please. Then we have obviously submitted our financial statements through to the National Treasury and Parliament. We've made sure that we have presented exactly which accounting framework we've applied and how we brought in the merger balances through the audited financial statements, and that has been audited by the Auditor General. Next slide, please. Then to look at the audit outcomes, as I said, we had 4 sets of financial statements in the annual report. The SEFA Group received an unqualified audit report with no material findings. That was up to the period ending end of September. On CEDA, also the period ending September, they applied GRAP. Again, the financial statements were unqualified with no material findings. And then on the CBDA, also applied GRAP up to September 2024. They also received an unqualified audit with no material findings. And then we have the SEDFA Group financial statements where we applied IFRS for the period 1 October to 31 March 2025. Again, an unqualified audit opinion, but there were some findings due to the financial statements that were submitted later than the PFMA requirements. I think it was highlighted earlier and also yesterday by the Auditor General that we did have to undertake quite a lot of technical consultations, which then did take some time for us to finalize the financial statements. There were also material corrections that we made to the draft numbers we issued to the AGSA, which then also just resulted in that finding, PFMA finding. But the details of that are contained in the audit opinion. Next slide, please. I think just looking overall at the numbers that are in the group financial statements, so just looking at the closing balances, the SEDFA Group did have a net asset value of 3.1 billion, so showing a growth of 22% since the date of the merger. The total group assets for SEDFA amounted to 9 billion with group liabilities of 5.9 billion. If we look at the loans and advances balance, and this is looking at the carrying value, so after we've brought in the expected credit losses, we're sitting at 1.25 billion at the end of March 2025. This represents a 6.5% increase in the loan book value, or 76 million rand growth from the 30 September numbers that we presented. If we have a look at the statements of financial performance, so your income statement, you'll see that the SEDFA Group did make a profit of 625.5 million before tax for the first 6 months of trading. We did maintain quite a favorable cost to income ratio at 59% against a budget of 87%. And this is due to us having lower cost than what we'd initially budgeted, but also some higher revenue than what we had budgeted. The higher revenue and income really was driven by investment income and higher than budgeted interest from lending operations. And we did have quite a lot of cost savings on some of the program-related costs as well as personnel costs where we have vacancies that haven't yet been filled. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would just to try to rush towards the finish line. I won't go through. I will take these as read. But just to talk about what we are trying to do instead of talking about the whole slide. We are currently redesigning our lending processes and to integrate the financial and non-financial support, with a view to expand our pipeline development, make sure that the pipeline is ready and that the small businesses are assisted throughout the pre-investment support that involves systems, processes, and people, and regrading some of the jobs to allow the work to be done. Looking at how people are paid and compensated for the additional work that they would need to execute. So some of the things involve people and involves unions. So we are being very careful on some of the matters while we're pushing as fast as we can to make sure that we achieve this, because where there are employees involved, there is always going to be labor issues that we are solving all the time to make sure that at least we achieve what we need to achieve from an efficiency point of view. I spoke about digital platforms. I won't repeat, which talks to the issue of market linkages and us balancing risk management with flexible lending products, which is where we are going. And then when I spoke about the training that we achieved, the targeted capacity building becomes key, because that is what we will see and what we've seen that are helping clients as opposed to generic training. So we then target that training. We then are currently, after stabilizing and establishing all the things that the chair spoke about, including the functional structure and the microstructure and the policies and all the things that the chair mentioned, we are in a position now to move forward and propel this organization, position it as a catalyst for inclusive economic transformation, making sure that we align with the national development goals and targeting and meeting targets on the Black-owned youth, women, and rural townships. And as mentioned, so and that is the entity that we want to build, making sure that there is equitable benefit distribution across all segments in terms of responding to all stakeholders and evolving stakeholder needs, prioritizing the small enterprises and together with the partners that we have, separating our work into development commercial fund. We've done that, and as part of the changing the organization, so on a development fund, we're able then to make sure that there's financial inclusion, and a lot of businesses are funded at a developmental rates and also at developmental terms. We continue to improve that developmental program work to make sure that we achieve what we need to achieve. The board is going to be looking at that work to ensure that actually it meets the mandate. And as we roll out then the developmental fund programs, these programs really talk to us improving the lives of the small businesses, especially in the township and rural areas, as I said, at good interest rate and flexible lending terms. So we're finalizing that work, taking to the board, and the commercial fund, obviously funding sustainable businesses that do not really need to be given money at commercial rates, because we need to make money from the commercial fund to be able to fund the clients under the developmental space. So it's very important that that money is, that commercial fund works differently, so we can continue to fund the developmental work and the BRRR work that we are trying to do, and also being able to issue and offer lower interest rates to the clients under the development fund. And we believe that is the game changer for the small businesses. That's what we are finalizing and busy implementing. We've also have listened to the committee regarding the incubation program. The department has developed that strategy, and we also are making sure that we focus on fostering the entrepreneurship culture within these businesses, and we see the impact of the businesses that are going through this program. Ideally, the businesses that have gone through incubation should be ready for funding, should be ready for the market. We should not struggle to fund them. So that pipeline needs to be created so that because we believe that if you go for 3 years under incubation, you should be ready for anything. You should be ready to face the market. You should be ready to obtain funding. Your ideas should be solid by that time. And we are looking now at getting the pipeline and funding those businesses that are coming through that and improving that in its entirety. We're looking at the access point, the delivery network. In terms of access points, we've re-looked at all our offices across the country when the leases are expiring, because we can't just close and reopen somewhere else. We've looked at when the leases are expiring. We are re-evaluating our presence and where we should be. We'll be taking that work for final also to the board, hence I won't say much about it, but we are really looking at where we are and our presence. But there is that factor of us being guided by the issues of the leases. We did not enter into long-term lease during the past 3 years. So on some, we should be able to close very soon and relocate where there's a need for us to relocate. On some offices already, where there were different offices in the same town, on some of them we've moved already into one office space where space permits, so that then our clients can be able to get the service that they need. There's a lot of work that we're doing around that to make sure that we land properly. And then after that, then we'll rebrand, our offices so that everything then looks like Sedfa. I've spoken about data platforms and ecosystems. I won't go into that, but the issue of customer-centric approach, responsiveness and service delivery becomes key. And then us coordinating all the partners. There is a strategy ready that exists now for ecosystem management, and we'll be then driving that and coordinating and having these discussions around how does everybody that works for small businesses work for small businesses instead of doing lip service, and how do we work together, in achieving the work for the small businesses. I won't go much onto other matters, but that organizational capacity, we lost a lot of employees during the period where we were waiting for the merger to come. And now we are rebuilding that to make sure that we've got the right skills supporting the small businesses, all the way from business advisors, creating specialist services there into the investment officers, making sure that we've got specialists and senior people to guide and run, make sure that we have efficiencies. And so I won't go too much into the details, but streamlining processes become key, and then us being agile and changing our programs and our products. And now and again, we are currently reviewing the business development services product that we've had for quite some time to make sure that we're aligned. There are a few things, for example, that we do not need to do or pay for anymore. Like when clients come for website development, those things should be automated and use AI to do those services. So we're really looking at what is happening in the market trends in establishing. So we are saying this for us is a year of establishment so that we can achieve efficiencies when we start the new financial year, and we don't have complaints and we don't have to refer to an organization being new post this establishment financial year. Chair, I'll run quickly through these programs and hand it over to the chairperson of our board to conclude. These are examples of some of the examples. We've got a lot of them. We share the stories and we share the videos on our website. We will find a way of making sure that these videos are accessible and maybe share them through the department also, so that these can be seen by also the members, because we go and take the videos and showcasing the work that we do. For example, this is a business that really deals with spares, and they needed our intervention, both from a financial and non-financial support. We gave them 247,500. We worked with ECTC to move them into proper premises that where they will be able to work. We helped them with branding and signage. And from there, after intervention, their sales increased by 333%. They didn't have a formal workshop but we work with the partners. This is what we call ecosystem coordination for the benefit of the small businesses, and we're able to get them into the right premises. And the business now is working, is doing great. And as I said, 33% increase in turnover. Summarizing the next business, this is the business where that is in Harib. We're able to assist this business with interventions from SAPS, where they came and tested the products so that their products can be on the shelves. We did HESAP, we dealt with issues of bacteria count. So this was more, and then also we did branding. This was more on the BDS, business development support services. And these businesses were able to grow, and we are happy that they have then their products selling. As I said, we did business plan development, market participation, where they showed their business products at different farmers markets. Also did asset acquisition, where they procured a tractor through asset assist program, boosting then their productivity efficiency. This one is a quarter to nice business that we also assisted with various interventions. And we talk about interventions. We enhance marketing efforts through provision of branded materials, banners, gazebos, local exhibitions. We took them there. We gave them a signage so that their business can be visible. We gave them that, and we transformed this business really, into a fully fledged restaurant, and also delivered training, which then improved their turnover by 125%. And we checked these, and these also get audited. I mean, they were operating from home before. LA Roads Pty Ltd. This is the work that we did via the Kula Credit Guarantee partnership that enabled this business. I mean, they had a lot of challenges, but our integration or our interventions enabled these businesses to overcome these challenges, including inadequate financial record keeping, equipment shortages, non-compliance with NHRPC and CIPD registrations, and so forth. And we're able then to assist this business. They were able then to secure a contract, a construction contract, post our intervention, creating 15 new jobs and increasing their turnover by 426%. I can, Chairperson, go on with these going forward, including here. I mean, this business now is running a fully fledged construction business through the assistance that we gave them. We have other businesses in Rustenburg, the rehab clinic, which we then also assisted that site. We also have the Indalo Hotel Mahikeng that we did under Tourism Equity Fund, a full acquisition of the Protea Hotel. That was before the Tourism Equity Fund was stopped. But these are the things that we did that transformed the landscape, where this hotel is now under the hands of is Black owned. We also showcased one in Free State last week under the same fund. We've got a very beautiful hotel that we developed with NEF in Limpopo, in town Atram, the best, I think, in the city currently, and other work that we did throughout. And I'm just, Chairperson, this is the last one that we managed to put in, but we've got a lot of these real cases where we really, there's an impact that we're showing, as some businesses struggle and some others, though, are doing well. But what is important for us is to give a chance to everyone and all businesses, so that at least everyone can say, we're given a chance by this entity, and then we support them so that they do not fail. Chairperson, this is where I stop. I would hand over through permission to my chair, and then on my side, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Chair of Central.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, CE and CFO. Chair, that brings us to the end of our submission from an agency side, but I think it is worth mentioning that what the CEO has presented and the CFO have shared is putting together pieces of a DFI from scratch. That's literally what we've been doing since just before we started SETFA in prep for the merger, and then from 1st of October to date, it's been like layering these bricks brick by brick, and it's not an easy task to start a DFI from scratch. I don't know any DFIs that have started in my lifetime that I've witnessed. This is the first one, and to be part of it really. As a portfolio, it is really special. It's challenging, yes, but it's an opportunity to rewrite a story that will be different than the story that is known about us out there. So we don't take it lightly. It has been an honor and a privilege to have led this institution during this time, and hopefully we will get everything to the T. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Chair of SETFA. What I can say is that if we can continue to work together like this, we will achieve more. I'm saying this because what the CEO was presenting, now most of the work I've seen it in Bloemfontein. People are coming up with innovative ideas, and the work was good. So before I allow the honorable members, because I really don't have much questions, I am satisfied. I've seen the work. I have seen that there is an increase. With regard to the performance indicators, there is an increased growth in sustainability of MSMEs and co-ops. And then now in the presentation, there is a page whereby the presentation was talking about the total number of clients assisted, whereby you talked about 70,000 and 082. Let me put it like that. And then you were talking about, the presenter was talking about the trade business supported, and then whereby in outcome one, there is an increased growth and sustainability of MSMEs and co-ops, of which I'm saying I have witnessed this when we were in Bloemfontein. And then again, there is this mentoring and training, coaching, whereby you wanted to achieve something like 9,000, which was your target, but you mentioned you managed to achieve 16,000. And on the target of product market, same story. I want to check. I want clarity. Is this per province or is it only one province? You'll respond when you'll be responding to other questions from the members. Honorable members, let me see by a show of hand. There is the presentation of SETFA by the chairperson and colleagues. I see the hand of Honorable Kruger, Honorable Mafani, Honorable Sarah. In that order, I'll be checking on the other members as they are raising their hand. We'll start with Honorable Kruger. Over to you, sir.
Thank you,
I've raised my hand way back there in the chat box. Thank you.
In the chat box? Okay. All right, ma. You'll be number 4. Thank you.
And greetings to all colleagues again, and of course also greetings to the DM. Ma'am, allow me to express my appreciation for the presentation, and I'm sure after this presentation we can anticipate that the future will bring happiness to our entrepreneurs on a small business level, and that they will experience quality service delivery from SETFA. We welcome, of course, the unqualified audit. Yes, there is still a few targets to work on, but the fact that SETFA included in this presentation we know that they know about it, and it will turn out to be a positive. Chair, allow me just to have a discussion on a few concerns. I didn't want to mention red tape with the department because I thought we will listen to both presentations. But red tape is still a huge problem, especially the ease of doing business, where red tape, of course, is part of it. And unfortunately, we're struggling to reform red tape. And there's a huge hindrance of red tape. It seems that government at the moment overlap red tape reform, and everybody seems like there's a lot of shop talk about red tape reform, but when you go into the nitty-gritties, it seems like the situation is still the same as in 2004, when red tape was first mentioned by the president in his opening of Parliament speech. Chairperson, we as small business development, and I see it's one of SETFA's targets. We need to be the champions of red tape reform. Because if we can reform red tape for small businesses, everybody else will benefit from it. And of course, we must be very conscious about the fact that big business use red tape as a competitive advantage over small business. And so we must be very careful that big business doesn't tell us how to reform red tape, but that we as small business development, where we know exactly how small businesses operate, are the champions of red tape and bring legislation to Parliament so that we can reform red tape to the benefit of everybody in South Africa. Madam Chair, the second item I want to talk about is loan sharks. I can only call them loan sharks. Madam Chair, to charge 32% interest to people that need money to run their businesses, and of course they use government taxpayers' money to charge this enormous interest rate. I mean, they make more than 250% profit on taxpayers' money. We need to address it, and we need SETFA to move into this space and come up with strategies where they can do it themselves in-house. Because 32%, nobody in South Africa can afford 32% interest rate. Nobody. And then with the department's the representation, all my colleagues talked about the tourism fund. Madam Chair, I also want to make sure that we as the committee receive the closeout report as soon as possible. Because somehow the minister of tourism say something, then there's speeches in Parliament that say a different story. We need to get this closeout report as soon as possible, and apparently there is a report in this regard. Chair, my other concern is, of course, the branding of SETFA. I see all our branding is still SIDA. In some cases, it's SIFA. And I believe that our footprint of SETFA is still not what it's supposed to be. Our offices is not close to our communities that need SETFA's services urgently. So part of the strategy, I think we need to make 100% sure that our branding becomes 100% accurate and that our offices is closer to our communities and small businesses that need their services. Madam Chair, yourself and everybody talked about the oversight in the Free State. You know, and when I drove home on Friday evening, I come to a conclusion that one of the big benefits of oversight, apart from talking to small businesses, is that the officials are there and that they, as much as what we learn from the benefits or from the needs of small businesses, they also are on a learning curve towards service delivery, and service delivery as understood by the politicians. And there was definitely a huge shift between our previous oversight and this one of the Free State. Positive, I must say. Then a question also to SETFA or to the CEO is, we would like to know how many businesses, small businesses, closed their doors that was funded by the government. And surely we need to go back to the small businesses or to the owners, to the entrepreneurs, and learn from them why that we actually waste taxpayers' money because they're not in operations anymore, and we didn't follow our mandate. Madam Chair, the last point I want to make, I think it was on the second last slide, and the last paragraph, the CEO mentioned we will deliver on our mandate. And I'm so happy to hear that, because if SETFA deliver on their mandate and not being driven by their KPIs, I think there's a huge potential and a success full rate for small businesses in the future. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kruger. We are now going to listen to Honorable Mafagani. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings again. SEFTA, I must say that you handled SETFA.
Yes.
Oh, Chair. Thank you, SETFA.
SEFTA.
Yes.
Right, ma'am.
I must say you handled a very complex institutional measure. And for that, I must commend you. It was not easy, but you've handled with professionalism. It was not easy to get CEDA, CEFA, and CBDA under one umbrella. And I also acknowledge that this report covers both the previous entities and this one. So for that, I must say you've done well. But you are all acting. When we go out, it's acting, this acting, that acting. When are you going to stop acting? This must be demoralizing to professionals. I understand when the three companies were forced to merge and became SETFA, the workers didn't know if they would keep their jobs, get transferred, or be retrenched. This fear and uncertainty caused many experienced and skilled employees to resign and look for new jobs elsewhere, leaving SETFA short-staffed and struggling to operate efficiently. High volumes of applications leading to an extended turnaround times and processing delays. The merger process created knowledge gaps in the lending value chain, impacting approvals, processes, and service delivery. Despite establishing level 0 business architecture covering business capabilities, client journey mapping, and application process flow, full operational integrating remains ongoing, and it's taking time. SETFA provides adequate measurability through its 6 outcome-based performance framework, through with notable gaps in comprehensive reporting. The entity achieved substantial results across multiple programs, supporting 246,070 MSME and facilitating 220,778 jobs. Clear outcome based framework with 6 strategic outcomes. Comprehensive performance data, 3.6 billion dispersed to MSME, supporting over 243,000 enterprises. Strong development impact, 2.7 billion to Black-owned enterprises, 1.6 to women-owned businesses, and 552 million to youth-owned enterprises. I must say, Mr. Mbata, a performance indicator that could not be verified by acceptable audit evidence is where the gaps are. Material misstatements in reporting performance information that could not be corrected. SETFA as an entity, you have demonstrated a partial alignment with the ideas of inclusive economic transformation objectives, but you fail to address the need for more radical economic restructuring. On economic inclusion, SETFA focus on historically disadvantaged community, aligning with our emphasis on addressing economic inequalities. The entity dispersed 82% of its fund, 2.7 billion out of the 3.3 billion to Black-owned enterprises. SETFA, on job creation, SETFA achieved 220,778 jobs. And in the rural areas, 1.7 billion dispersed to the rural enterprises and 432 million to township-based businesses, which aligns with the commitment to address spatial inequalities. Structural transformation deficiencies. As the MK Party, I'm representing MK. As the MK Party, we advocate for transformative changes across all sectors of South African society and addressing economic inequalities through fundamental restructuring. SEFTA's approach remains within existing market structures, providing support without challenging their ownership patterns. So I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier about the tourism fund. CEO, Black businesses cannot afford for that fund to be taken to an external company, a disbursement company. We need that fund back in the small business. You must work hard and find synergy with tourism to bring that fund back. We've seen exactly what that fund is able to do in where we were in the Free State. You need to get that fund back. You need to come to the committee, tell us, be transparent, so that we can bring the fund back to this entity. I don't even want to talk about the motivation of it being the problem of it being 51% BEE compliance and the other person not wanting that. Let me not get into that. While SETFA supported MSMEs, this represents increment support rather than a comprehensive economic transformation. I want to emphasize the prevention of exploitation of South Africans' resources by foreign entities, ensuring wealth remains within the country. SETFA's programs do not directly address foreign economy dominance or systematic wealth redistribution, which poses a major risk. And I won't comment on the spaza shop issue up until you bring the report to us. On planning, financial management, and implementation alignment, you've shown moderate alignment between planning and implementation, with notable financial management challenges affecting coherences. Strong surplus generating of 625.5 million, profit before tax for 6 months of operation, and asset growth at the value of 3.1 billion, representing a 22% growth since the merger. Leading portfolios, 1.5 billion with loans and advances through the 170 million below budget, though 170 million below budget of 1.42 billion. So if you see young professionals, Black professionals doing a good job, even I, from the opposition seat, can comment you on that. Programs delayed. Multiple programs postponed or reformulated, including the General Dealer Support Program implementation via the Provincial Development Finance Institution. We speak a lot about, when we go out to oversight, that it doesn't seem like the local government, the provincial government, and the national government are talking or are aligning their programs. So in the next financial term, we wish to see a more alignment between all the organs of the state. What a village, a local government LED is doing in Rustenburg, and what the province is doing in Mahikeng, and what national is doing in the same province should be aligned. They should know all the programs. So it seems as if national goes do their program, and the province comes after running and try to catch up, and also the local LED. So they need to be synergy across. I want to.
You took 17 minutes. You took 17 minutes talking.
Oh, is it? I apologize, Chair. It's been long since we spoke to our entity. I will close in with the audit finding summary to say financial statement submitted later than the PFMA requirements. It's a problem. Material corrections made after issuing draft financial statement. Performance indicator that could not be verified by acceptable audit evidence. Material misstatement in performance information that could not be corrected. Work on that. And on the opinion of the audit outcomes, as the MK party, we are once again saying transparency and accountability framework. The audit findings represent concerning government gaps. Our party emphasizes on the sound government and the fighting corruption would view the inability to verify performance indicator and material mismanagement as fundamental accountability failure. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mafalane. Honorable Sarah Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, there's a couple of things that I'd like to just get some answers on. I'm not going to delve any further into the tourism equity fund. I had already brought that up initially. And I think Honorable Kruger actually summed it up when he said, we just need to get that closeout report as soon as possible. Because I'm not going to pronounce on where that fund should be managed, because I think that funding does come from the Department of Tourism. And I would believe that that committee would be best placed to decide who they would want to manage the funds. And I don't think they should have a problem to leave it with CETFA if they felt it was properly managed. So that's where I'll leave that until we get a response. I would like some clarity on the 85 million rand loss on our property portfolio. Please, if that could just be explained, and because I didn't think what they had as mitigating factors to deal with that was actually sufficient or would actually solve the problem. The next thing is that, yes, I'd like to echo their sentiments that I think we're all glad that the merger has happened, because one would now assume that CEDFA is better placed to service our clients where they become more of a one-stop shop, as opposed to clients running to the different entities to try and get help. And the last and most important question that I actually want asked, I have brought this up on numerous occasions before, and that is regarding the jobs created and the jobs sustained. And somehow answers we are given is just never quite frank and clear enough on answering these questions. So with jobs created, I would just like to know, what is the criteria we use to say that we've created a job? Has the person been employed for 6 months subsequent to the intervention, or how many people were employed just when the intervention happened, but we don't know whether they're still employed or not? I would just like some questions to that. More importantly, the jobs sustained, because I do suspect that a lot of jobs that are in businesses are included when interventions take place, even if those interventions did not directly impact the sustainability of those jobs. So I would really like some clarity on how those numbers come about. And then, of course, the important question is, I haven't obviously been on this last oversight visit, but on the previous oversight visits that the committee undertook, most businesses, almost all of the businesses that we went to, where they had employed people, none of those people you could see were earning wage rates according to bargaining council rates, I am fairly sure hardly any of them are covered by UIF, or whether there's SDL levies being paid for them or that kind of thing. So when we get labor stats, we are here saying we created 200,000 jobs. The question is, are those jobs reflected anywhere in the labor stats? Now, I have advocated, and I did see for the first time, which I'm grateful, that letters are being written to different ministers on the proposal of one, especially for MSMEs, to be exempt from the automatic extension of wage agreements, so that these jobs can then be formally monitored and included in our stats when they come out. Because this then tells us, is there 220,000 jobs that are unaccounted for example, when labor stats come out? Or if we do nothing about it and create an enabling environment for MSMEs to thrive and become sustainable, then basically we need to shut all of them down because they don't actually comply to labor laws in this country. So I think our job here is to create the policy framework and create an enabling environment for these MSMEs to actually be given the best chance possible for them to succeed. So those are serious questions that I have, because at the end of the day, the number of jobs that we create, the number of entrepreneurs that we have, new entrepreneurs entering the market, that is the impact, and that is what's going to matter. Otherwise, spending billions of rands and not having that impact is not really going to make any difference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Matulilo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, once again. I will request that, because I think we're also in the way we question, I think we're also going to run a risk on not getting our answers correctly. So I would request specifically the DG and the Deputy Minister to take note of this question, so that we avoid to come back and to get our questions answered, all of them. Number one, Chairperson, I wanted to ask the DG. DG, are you planning to advertise asset assist despite the 90% applicants that are waiting in your system, or you are going to give the allocated budget to those applicants that have been waiting since January, as we are in the 10th month today? Number two, how long does it take for a department to approve and fund applicants, DG? Because ndikubuza lo mbuzo ndenzela into yoba bazazi abantu ukulinda kwabo kusase valid or not, because okungu-10 months. Number three, DG, you advertised and freezed a cannabis intubation tender early this year. Is that money still available? How much was it? How much a DG is allocated to cannabis small emerging farmers? And how is it going to be distributed? Because the president of the country keeps on promising cannabis farmers in his State of the Nation addresses and also kuma parliamentary questions and answers sessions. Number five, what has the department did to make sure that cannabis is removed from drugs as currently status side, as it was misplaced, and be put under the plants where it belongs? Policy-wise, policy-wise, what is going to happen to remove cannabis with drugs, with plants? Deputy Minister, Is there a plan to decriminate cannabis farmers who were arrested in possession of the cannabis? If yes, elaborate. What is your view, your personal view, Deputy Minister, on criminal records of cannabis farmers in relation to cannabis farming? Just give us your view. Lastly, Deputy Minister, is there any appointment of permanent executives in progress, Kule Department? If it is there, how many vacancies that you are planning to fill? Also provide a clear timeline on when are they officially going to start, those officials. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matulelo. Maybe in addition to the Minister, on your question of the cannabis, do they know where these people can get their licenses so that whenever they continue to deal with this type of a herb, they are not being arrested? We'll wait for the Minister. Honorable Malimacha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity also to have a bite on the good work done by the SIGFA, led by the CEO Mbata and the team. Of more importance is when your work is attested by the auditors and they gave you unqualified. Of key is the integrity that you are mentioned and emphasizing that at all material times, you advance professionalism in ensuring that you fulfill your sixth outcome, custom-centric approach that alone deal with the removal of barriers. Removing of barriers in the market is a first step to defeat monopolistic behavior of conglomerates in the market, both locally and internationally. I'm emphasizing this so that people can understand that as much as our title is small business development, does not mean we are here to be the manufacturer of spaza shop owners. We are here to start people from any level that will include the spaza shop, with the objective of them growing and seek their space in the global market and be the pillar of the economy of the country. So with you, SIGFA, one can attest and say there is, at the end of the day, a light that was not there, and now one can attest that with this report, a number of things have been said positively, so equally challenges have been mentioned, and it's for us to take the positive and move with the positive and work on the negative, so to change them to positive. That will transform the community. One want to appreciate the good work done, especially when we deal with the 27 billion dispersion in the economy of the country. I think that alone is a measure. However, CEO, talk to us as to how best are you going to improve in terms of the assets. You know, in terms of missing the target on the assets, you will remember that many people rely on these assets to do the work. And therefore, if we are not giving them equipment, enough equipment, quality of that particular matter, we remain a barrier on our own. Because if you are to talk about Mamokhali Amlebo, who want to start a kitchen, and she has requested a mobile kitchen, and we take long for her to get a mobile kitchen, it means as we speak now, our own stock is a hand-picked, own stock, instead of having a bigger stock where she will serve the community at large and her to grow so that she be able to compete. The other positive was when you deal with the mentoring and training. I want to applaud you on the numbers there, because these numbers, they mean a lot equally to impact on the ground. The 32,509 instead of 21. One is happy. However, I want to follow the route of outlining as to where are these numbers in a form of provinces, so that where we are lagged behind, we are able to encourage the young ones to enter into this program. Make no mistake, you can give monies, you can give assets, but if you never train the people how to run the business, it's as good as nothing. So this program, the manner in which it's multiplying in terms of the numbers, one will want to see it now come into action. And we are saying we are applauding you on that. Earlier on, I was very specific to say our title is Small Business Development. And I hinted that we are not here to produce the spaza shop owners. On the product market, a CEO, where you got 0, it's a worry element that will need you to assist. And we'll need to assist by achieving 7. And one will say 7 is not even enough, because we'll need to get 9, that all provinces must really benefit on this. The more we have our own product market, it assists that one or another, we are not relying on these conglomerates who happen to be foreign owned for that particular matter, who will decide who to give and sideline our own people and make them be spectators of economy in their own land. So until we stand on our own, this economy will remain in the hands of the few. And it's very problematic, especially if you deal with the population of our size. Outcome 2, as one appreciate the achievement there, one is also disturbed about the youth-owned programs. Let's put more focus on the youth. You know, Chair, if one has to share, those who are of my age and beyond, you will remember we grown up with intention of saying, I want to go and work. We were denied an opportunity of having business minds. So we must never do that mistake. Our youth must grow up having business mind, so they be able to be innovative and ensure that they compete in the market. So the more in terms of the programs of youth we are not doing well, is the more we are killing that nation, and it is not good. CFO, good has been said, good has been demonstrated through your presentation, and qualified report with no material fundings. We really appreciate that. Of course, we are happy with your own assessment that where you found that they are finding material, there is a strategy in place to deal with it. We want to say that is not enough until we do more, because the more you do more is the more, at least, to put us on our ease. Chairperson, with the above that I've mentioned, I think as the committee, we must bear in mind that this is the first annual report of a merged entity. We've had a number of challenges, but at this moment, I can tell and attest that I want to concur with those that the issue of placing the drivers on an acting status for too long is what demoralizes the entities, the department, in anywhere where you are working. And this also is attributed in terms of our percentage on the admission, that in terms of vacancy rates, we are not doing enough. And we are not lobbying. Instead, we are saying it is very much good and play very good in a form of motivating that if we fill up all the vacancies, it enables the entity to be all over and do work that they're supposed to do. Thank you so much, as we note the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lemacha. The last hand was from the Honorable Sapo. I don't know whether she has changed the mind, because I don't see the hand. Yes.
Chairperson?
Yes.
He says just send me a WhatsApp, and then said his support is about to board the flight. So she has dropped the question in the chat.
Okay.
So
let's hope that she was going to talk to the issue of the youth, and Honorable Malamaja covered it nicely. Indeed, Honorable Malamaja, we don't want to see. Hello?
Can I read?
All right.
Chair, I have one question which I will request that it be responded in writing in the next 7 working days. The question is, how much has the entity written off in the past 5 years? And if they can provide a list of companies which their debts were written off. That's the question. I should think the teacher will be able to see it from this chat box. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I thought maybe she wanted to talk to the issue of the youth, and it was covered. Maybe she heard that it was covered by the Honorable Malamaja. We really appreciate and we wish her a safe flight. I don't know whether it's home or Cape Town, wherever she's going. Thank you very much. Honorable members, with the issue of our BRRR, we are not going back. We want to see it working going forward. Department, we are in your hands, and I will request the honorable members to note as the responses are coming out. What I'm going to request to the department is that whenever they respond to the question, as they normally do, they must indicate that they are responding to the issues of Honorable Kruger, so that the Honorable Kruger will then listen and tick in his box if ever all the questions have been covered. And if they have been covered, we will be very happy, because this has been a long day. So if they are not covered, it will mean that we will stay in this meeting the whole day today. We are in the hands of the department. Now who's going to start? TJ?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members. Chairperson, I did not indicate from the beginning when we started with the meeting that we do have new 2 DDGs in the department. We have DDG Ganzi, who is responsible, is a DDG for integrated cooperatives and microenterprise development. And we also have DDG Daile, who is responsible for sector policy and research. And I'm sure the portfolio committee saw DDG Daile, you were with him in the first day. So I thought let me introduce them properly. They are here with me, and DDG Delo, and I'm sure they will touch on some of the issues that will not have responded to. But we'll try by all means to ensure that we respond as much as we can. On Honorable Kruger's questions on the issue of the cooperative tribunal, how far is that? The response specifically to that one is that as the department, we do not yet have this, but however, we have plans in place to develop a business case, because that's where we need to start, which will guide the establishment of this tribunal. And also upon approval of that, the department will then proceed with the necessary steps to set up the tribunal, which will include the consultation and obtaining further approvals from the steers, from National Treasury, because there are a lot of other role players that are involved in as far as us being able to deal with this particular issue. Honorable Kruger also spoke about the issue of the lifestyle audit, that today we need to submit a report to the portfolio committee. I don't think that will be problematic. If that particular request is there, we will of course follow the normal necessary processes, our PAIA, which guide us in terms of the names. But yes, there is a report that is available, and which after all those housekeeping or clearing house I've spoken about has been attended to, then we will then be able to do so. On the issue of the vacancies, which is something that everybody asked across, we are really trying as a department, like I said, and other people are leaving for different reasons. The only measure that we have to know why people are leaving is the exit. form that people fill. And that particular exit form, people always write about greener pastures, about opportunities, about whatever that they want to talk about. There is nothing that one has picked up that actually is driving them away, except that even if we can make those reports available, most of the people leave because of those greener pastures. And it's something that we are currently looking at. But what we are doing is also we are filling the positions vigorously. For instance, now that we have 2 DDGs permanent, so at executive level, all of us are now there in our substantive position. We have a CFO permanent, but we are also we have just been shortlisting this week for 2 chief directors. We are really trying, but yes, I'm sure there should be other ways of making people to stay, and which is one of them. We have last week we had excellence awards where we were recognizing those that are excellent in their different space and different categories. And hopefully people will realize through all those type of things that HR is introducing to see that they are being appreciated. On the issue of the Nyukela, that particular matter is resolved, but it was resolved after the fact, so that's why it is showing. But to answer that directly, there are different categories as we deal with these matters, and different types of people when you appoint them, whether you are on contract, whether you are permanent, as to by when must you have your Nyukela. So in this particular instance, the person who was supposed to get Nyukela was supposed to get it 3 months at least after the person was appointed. So it was not as automatic as ours, like I cannot start without the Nyukela, and that was clarified. But I can say, honorable members, that there is no one who doesn't have the Nyukela. We have actually dealt with the Nyukela issue. Honorable Singh, the issue of the impact and us chasing numbers. That issue has been raised by the portfolio committee over and over again, but with our planning now of the 25-26, we took a different strategy, which was to look at the issue of the impact. So the word that was a buzzword was the issue of the impact. And as we report also moving forward, because now we are reporting, what we are reporting here is work that has already been done. But as we report moving forward, it will show that we are taking seriously the counsel and guidance that we get here in terms of what is the impact of what is being done, including even when we present, whether it's at MinExco or in any platform that you are given. It's very important that when we talk about those numbers, how do we then translate those numbers? On the issue of the Spaza Shop Support Fund, when can we have accountability? That particular report, there was also a parliamentary question on that we are currently dealing with, but we are able to come and give and talk about the issue of the Spaza Shop Support Fund, but I was not too sure whether we are referring exactly to that or to the previous program of the registration of Spazas that was presented previously. In the issue of do we manage funds for other departments, I know that SETFA will be in a position to answer that, because I know maybe specifically that question was for the Tourism Equity Fund. Honorable Sapo raised an issue on the high rate of terminations, which I have actually already attended to, and also the issue of the she also spoke about the issue of the impact that I spoke about. What is the impact? She says 52 municipalities provided with the support, and what is the impact? The impact that we always see with these municipalities, they also assist us in terms of us implementing our own programs, those that we are able to support, because that understanding, if we have got that in terms of our IGR strategy, if we have that working together, we are then able to realize value in terms of what we do. On the issue of the startup, that we have overachieved on that one, the response to that is that if you look at what made us overachieve is what you call the TID, the technical indicator as per DPME that was set previously, because that indicator included new enterprises that started by persons who fall in the youth category. But now moving forward, and that makes the numbers to be more because of the TID. So everybody that is starting, when we count them, we have more. But in the new financial year, the definition of startup is being revised as part of the startup policy that we are busy with, which will then help us to have a commonly agreed true definition of startup, which will be used for us to be able to measure the issue of performance. So that's why anybody who's looking will say, so many startups, it is because of the TID and how we were reporting in terms of what was the expectation. On the issue of us keep on redesigning of the programs, of course, when we have a program and we see that maybe there are certain things that we are learning from, we are able to to keep on learning and making sure that those programs that we are having are they are of value. So if there is a program that we have in place, but we see that it's not coming with the actual results that we are expecting, we then try to then redesign that. And she was also very worried about the issue of us that we are saying we want to partner with the agencies. Very true, because if you look at what our CFO presented, to say in one of them, the reason we did not achieve it is because of some issues with those agencies. But those are the discussions as we sign formally those MOUs in terms of deliverables, what they need to deliver, and we hold them accountable, that we can be able to work with them, because we believe in that in terms of the IGR strategy that I spoke about. Honorable Matulele raised the issue of the not being satisfied and concerned about the 88%, which we have taken note of. And we are really will be dealing with those issues moving forward, the 4 issues that have made us not to reach this particular issue. And on the issue of enterprises, Honorable Matulele continue to face bureaucracy. That is why we are dealing with the issue of the red tape reduction. And again, Honorable Kruger always say a lot of people have different definitions as to what do we mean by red tape. But our understanding is that all the rules and the laws that make people to be able, to be barriers to entry, those are the type of things that as an organization we are looking at, so that we can be able to deal with those particular issues. And on the issue of the merger created more problems, I think the chairperson and the CE will able to deal with that. But from our side, where we stand, now that there is this merger, it does assist a lot in terms of service delivery because of the one-stop shop that we are looking at. The internal control unit, Honorable Mama Chulele, we have taken note of, especially because as an organization currently, we are undergoing the process of re-looking at our structure. We had a structure as an organization that was approved before our time. Now there are DDG. People are starting to implement, and they can see that there is some serious disjuncture starting from the top, from the office of the DG. You go down, and in terms of how we were structured. So now we got the permission from the minister to say we need to go and relook at the structure. We are talking to DPSA, led by Corporate Resource Management, Ms. Mbata, and we are going to be able to then deal with this particular matter. I'm sure as one of the recommendations of having the internal control unit as a standalone, if it's something that we can be able to do under the unit, that way it must fall. But I must quickly be the one that says, even though we do not have it as a standalone, this control unit is the one that makes us to get this train audit, because people in their different, when they do their work, it's embedded, so they are able to then do what needs to be done. On the high turnover, I have dealt with that, because all that will inform me is the reports, the exit reports that I look at, and according to the reports, people are talking greener pastures, people are talking starting their own businesses. Of course, maybe they have learned a skill or two here, and they feel very strongly that they need to then do that. All your 5 recommendations, Honorable Matulele, we have taken note of that, which is something that we will, as we go back, we need to look at to the full audit of SETFA and the filling of critical posts, internal, and I've already said we started from the top. So at executive, we are all fine. Reprioritization of budget, the transparent reporting, and again the quarterly accountability session. We have those sessions. We call that a PGF, the Portfolio Governance Forum, but we can still strengthen it in terms of the reporting. But we do have quarterly that particular session. Honorable Mahafane, on the issue again of the vacancy rate, I keep on repeating that to show that we're listening, that this is the issue that it comes across, and I've already explained that. The SETFA will then talk to the issue of the Tourism Equity Fund, since we say there are a lot of issues that have been raised, and I'm sure they will explain that part. Safe to say that we attended, we were requested to attend the tourism portfolio committee, and we made our presentation there with the Department of Tourism. That also we need a strong intervention on Mahafane. We have noted that, and the issue of the weak financial controls. That is what I was talking about. That we do have, actually is one of our strengths in terms of the department. That is why we are quick to pick up when there are issues that needs to be attended to of consequence management. We are quick to be able, CFO presented to say the cases that have been identified that we are able to deal with. Also on the financial statement, but I know CFO, when I give her the opportunity, can maybe talk to that. Honorable Dehale, on the issue of what measures are we putting in place to ensure that we continue with this clean audit. One of the issues I can speak about is that we continue to monitor the audit action plan. All the issues that are raised by the auditors the previous year, we make sure that they form part of our agenda as we deal with issues of your EXCO, issues of your audit committee. And we also have what we call a budget committee that looks at they monitor the spending. So there is nothing that we can do without going via that particular committee to make sure that funds are reprioritized if there's something that we need to do. So those are some of the things that we'll continue doing. Issue of record keeping, because that one, the AG, when they want evidence of what is it that as an organization we have done. So we need to continue in making sure that we keep record, and we have strengthened that. Again, on the issue of the internal controls, I spoke about that. If we pay attention to our supply chain, our HR systems, we will be able to do this. And Chair, you have requested that next time when we come here, you need 100% structure field. We will endeavor and really try to want to do that, Chairperson, but the challenge will be on the issue of those that are leaving. But hopefully moving forward, when there is a structure that allows people to grow, there is a structure that allows people to move from one level to the next, we might find that we are fine. And Chairperson, you also spoke that what are the factors that lead to the shortfall on the number of partnerships. Chairperson, I must say that generally in the department, we have a lot of partnerships, far more than 5, but we of course said 5 because we needed to report about 5. For example, we have a partnership with your DTIC, as we know, on the sponsorship program, partnership with the ITC to host the international MSME conferences, partnership with the banks and the SITAs to host summit, but as a department, we have a record of this, and we have a unit dedicated, and we have a partnership steercom that is chaired by DDG Daile. However, there are projects that are focused on long-term impact. They may have a long-term duration, maybe multi-year, and these are subjecting to higher level of scrutiny with our internal processes. And the main factor that has led to this underperformance in some instances is the issue of the budget. Some of the proposed private sector partnership will require the department to match them rent to rent, and we are just government. And if you look at our budget, is as small as the name of the department, and the department may not have the necessary resources to be able to match the rent to rent. Secondly, there may be long legal processes to secure this type of partnership. So but having said that, Chairperson, I'm sure you are not interested in me raising issues of problems. So, Chair, we will remedy the situation by having a larger pipeline of partnerships. We'll also plan for the partnership early so as to consider all the legal processes so that we are able to enter into this partnership. But again, one also of the most important things is that what we have done is not just to enter into these partnerships. People like to partner with us, but there must be value. We need to dictate now what is it that needs to happen, what type of partnership we are looking at. We do not want people to say, want to partner with you, but what do you want? So when you partner with us, we look at what we are going to achieve, what we have said in terms of our APP, is it in line? Then let's talk partnership. The issue of asset assist, I think the CEO will respond to that in terms of what is it that needs to happen. That is what Honorable Matulen raised right at the end. And also will answer the issue of how long does it take to then finalize this particular process. On the issue of the cannabis, I will request DDG Taile to add on what I will say if I have not covered it sufficiently. There was a budget that we did not spend on the cannabis. And again, the issue of that particular program is still there. We have not stopped it, but we'll be able to come up with a plan to say how exactly are we planning this particular issue, and also on dealing with the issue of the decriminalization of the cannabis. And we are going to make a follow-up with that because we don't work alone when we deal with this particular program. So but if there's something I have left, DDG will then say, but we take the issue of cannabis seriously. Hence, that budget that Honorable Matulen is talking about, a part of it is still there in the department to make sure that the work is being done. And we'll appreciate the fact that we do have a new DDG that is still looking in terms of what needs to be done, and so that he can reprioritize accordingly. And I'm sure this type of questions are also assisting for him in terms of his focus when he is planning on how to take this particular process forward. Chairperson, before I hand over to SETFA, I think I have dealt with most of the questions. I just want to check. Okay. What I have written down, I think I have tried, but I will ask the DDGs in case there is something very briefly to just touch on what they think I have left, and something that is very crucial before we then at the end will hand over to our Deputy Minister. I'm sure DM will come after SEPA because she's the Deputy Minister of all of us. I apologize. Through you, Chairperson, let me start with DDG Delwa, if there is anything that we have left.
Thank you very much that you made the corrections about the Deputy Minister. I want to check, honorable members, if ever there's something after your DDG has responded, then before we go to SETFA, they will indicate if ever there's one or two issues that need to be ironed so that we don't come back to you at the end of the responses from SETFA.
Okay, I was thinking, Chairperson, with your permission, apologies, that maybe the DDGs, because it's the department responding, if there's one or two issues they want to say, then we close from the department side. With your permission,
Yes.
Chair. Okay.
That's what I was saying, ma.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Delwa?
Okay.
Thanks, DG. I think, DG, everything you have covered, I saw on my side, I'm covered. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DDG Delwa. DDG Taile?
No, thank you so much, DG. DG, I think for me it's just two things. I think the first one is on the issue of impact on the municipalities that have been given training, which of course was our first question as we will look at that project as well. But the main issue now is that, DG, we are, since we've adopted the red tape reduction framework, we've now started to have a much more focused kind of a program. Focusing on 4 areas for licensing or registration, reducing costs, looking at reducing complexities and administrative burdens. And we're now in the process of making sure that we get a much more firmer baseline on those issues in municipalities so that we can be able to correctly both quantitatively and qualitatively measure impact. Because at the moment now, it's not standardized and it's difficult really to measure impact at that kind of a project. The second one, which I think maybe when we have time, I think the view of the Department on Transformation is that small businesses remain the most viable avenue to have inclusive economy in South Africa. And as a result, we've started to look at a number of sectors which in inverted commas we call not non-traditional sectors, like your biomass, like your oceans economy, like your energy and electricity. And we want to make sure that small businesses are invited in the table. So we've now started to take a keen interest in those. So I just wanted to add those. Thank you, DG.
Thank you so much, DDG Daily. DDG Danzi.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon to the members. DG, I think you have covered all the questions that related to the branch. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, DDG. CFO, what's the rate?
Thank you, DG, through you, Chair. DG, I think you have covered me in terms of internal controls. I think it just needs to be emphasized for members that in the main, internal controls are checks and balances that one embeds in all policies, in all procedures, and in how you then implement more than the unit itself. Because when you do bring in the unit, it then needs to be saying, testing the veracity of the controls that you would have in place more than implementing them. The responsibility of ensuring that the controls, laws and regulations are complied with rests with all officials within the state. I thought I should mention that. And there was also a question that was asked about how much was allocated for the cannabis program. For the 24-25 Chair, it was 6.47 million, and we spent 1.5 million through the CSIR partnership that we have, where we have SMEs that are supported through that program. It is inadequate, and as DG said, we are looking at a holistic approach of supporting the cannabis ecosystem, and really with the inputs that we are receiving from members of the committee, I'm almost certain that DG Daile will also be taking those into consideration, Chair. I think DG, through you, Chair, that was the issue that was outstanding around financial management, if I'm not wrong. Thank
you very much, CFO. Chairperson, from the department side, we are done, but safe to say on the issue of vacancies, what I also left out is that we have in the department just approved what you call the retention policy, which has got all the incentives of making people to stay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. May I please, with your permission, hand over to the Chairperson of SETFA.
Before the Chairperson of SETFA comes in, I would want to check with the honorable members if ever all of their questions were covered with regard to the responses from the DG and the colleagues from her department. I want to check and also to thank them for responding to the questions. I see the hand of Honorable Matulelo. Is that you, Ma? Yes.
Yes, yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. Thank you very much once again, Chair. I think we should focus ekutheni sitshintshe le ndlela yokuquestiona because i-department iyasirobha baphendule into abafuna ukuyiphendula. So mandiyibeke ngesintu, Chair. One, inantsika i-department iye yaproposa i-policy that was still going to go through it. So it has got the ability to propose a policy. So the question yam, DG, is clear. Currently, cannabis, millions are allocated and you even spent some millions on cannabis. But by Quebec, they are still continuing to be arrested by the police. So currently, if cannabis ifakwe under drugs instead of plants. So ndithi ke mna, is there any plan policy wise eyokuthi isuswe cannabis under drugs ifakwe under plants to avoid lento yokuthi babotshwe? Ndathi omnye umbuzo, ingabe yeyisiphi step enisithathayo to make sure that those abane-criminal records, because immediately mabebotshwa, even if nina niyabafanda, mabebotshwa i-fingerprints ziyathathwa baba ne-criminal records while they are trading or trying to live through le powerful plant ekuyi-cannabis. Ingabe ikhona na iplan yokuthi bazisulwe ezo criminal records? What is the role of the department on that regard? Okanye ikhona ipolicy eniza nayo yokuthi isuswe ngapha kwi-drugs iye kwi-plants? I think, Chair, the last one unansika uDJ angandiphendulanga kuyo because I need them to commit themselves here. We're dealing with the constituencies. Sifuna commitment on the allocated budget we-asset assist. Ingabe bazawuqhubeka naba sebevele ba-aplayile already bengazange banikwe, or bazophinde futhi ba-advertise for aba bantu baphinde again ba-duplicate na? Because I need them to commit on that one if they are going to prioritize the people that are already in their system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matulela. I think the method that we are using is very fine. No one will rob any member, so they'll be able to cover us all. Now that you came up, it's good. There will be no complaints. DG, over to the department.
Oh, apologies, Chair. I was thinking I see other hands and I thought maybe it's the question we didn't answer so that we can take all of them. Is it fine, Chair?
Repeat yourself, ma.
I was saying I see Honorable Kruger's hand is up, so I was thinking maybe he also has a question I have not answered. So I was thinking, yes.
All right, thank you very much. I was on that side of the chat group where I saw Honorable Matulelwa requesting to check with the department for what they did not touch on. Honorable Kruger, my apology. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Forgiven. You are forgiven.
Thank
Chairperson, yes. While they mentioned the red tape framework, renewal or red tape reform framework, for the past 6 months, I'm asking for that document. And if I can get that document, it will be highly appreciated. And then every time we have interaction with the department, they promise me they will send it now. And I'm still waiting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kruger. I want to check if ever the other honorable members are fine. I don't see any other hand. Honorable Malimacha, Honorable Molotsani, Honorable Mafa.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Malimacha.
Our understanding was that we are noting the report, and if there are further comments and clarity, we will send them, including the questions. you will never from the start say we will have a second bite, because we were mindful of time that we want to get.
Not me, Chair.
We were mindful that we want to get answers, including the SITFA. That is what we were. So that's why we are not raising hands.
Okay, Honorable Malimacha, I'm sure you did not hear us very well. Honorable members complained that sometimes when the department respond, they do skip some of the questions. So this is not a second bite. It's a follow-up on the questions that was not responded to. We did not agree on the second bite of raising questions. But if honorable members doesn't have anything to say, to raise, and if ever all the questions raised was covered, it's fine. They can be quiet. So I was just checking. This is not a second bite time of question. It's a follow-up on the questions that were not answered. So it looks like questions were being responded to. Other members are fine. DG, I think I need to request you to respond to those that were not touched.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I apologize that we did not seem to be responding to the question. On the issue, I will ask the colleagues to start on the issue of the asset assist and also on the issue of the cannabis. On the issue of the red tape framework, we will be able to provide that type of document. And I really want to apologize, Honorable Kruger, that it has taken so long, but it is something that I think we should be able to give it to you so that you can also, as the committee, also assist us also by making sure that it is properly strengthened. DDG Gaile on the cannabis and CE and DDG Delwa on the asset assist, then I will come back. Gaile on the cannabis.
No, thank you so much, DG. Thank you so much to the honorable member once again. DG, I think this is an issue that we need to follow up. We know that currently for recreational use, for personal use, and not for selling cannabis has been partly decriminalized. But there are other issues that we need to look at as the member is raising. So we know that, for instance, last year, Department of Health did raise the issue of making it criminalized again, which we responded to immediately, and it was since corrected. So we are working with people on the ground on this issue, but we can definitely make sure that DG, we make a follow-up on it being regarded as a plant instead of a drug. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much, DDG. It's one of the issues as we deal with the issue of policy, like Honorable Matrela has said, that needs to be taken into consideration. I don't know between CE and DDG Delwa on the asset assist. Who's going to start? Thank you.
Whoever has the opportunity to start can just raise the voice. My DDGs.
Sorry, I couldn't. I'm struggling to raise my hand.
Okay.
My apology, Chair.
Accepted.
On the asset assist, there were two questions in my understanding. The one question was the current application, how far we are with that, and I do believe that we are busy from SETFA side with the disbursement. Then the second question was related to the advertisement of the revised asset assist. I think as honorable members know that the asset assist is now going to be implemented from the department as per the APP in the current financial year. So
we have recently then approved the revised guidelines for the asset assist, and we are also improving the model based on lessons learned. So we will only be issuing the advert for the revised asset assist in this quarter. We are targeting it to start in November. We are also re-engineering the application system itself because we needed to automate it as much as possible to fast track the applications. So that's how the program is going to be managed going forward. Now, the question being asked about the previous application that were before, I think is not as an easy question to respond to, because the truth of the matter is the program has been revised and there have been amendments in terms of the guidelines. And so I don't think we can say that it will be easy to transfer the previous applications into this new program. I think there would be difficulty in doing that. That would be my response, DG, on that one. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, DG Delo. I don't know, CE, if you like to add, like DG Delo has said, the question is too broad. Is your part affecting when it was that time, and then also the part that it is this side?
Thanks, DG. I'll cover that assist in responding to the question raised by Malemaja during our turn. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, CE. Chairperson, we are done. That question, the other part of the specific part that was asked by Honorable Matulele, CEO will then deal with that as they deal with their questions. May I, with your permission, hand over to the chair?
Okay, thank you very much, DG, and thanks to our DDGs for responding. I have this message, and I don't want to forget this message after SITFA would have dealt with the questions. Is from our content advisor. He is saying the committee has a standing recommendation that partnership and memorandum of understandings with provincial investment promotion agencies like NCEDA, FDC, and others should be reviewed, DG. SETFA should take over those functions, e.g. implementation of the customized sector. Some of these partnership agreements are just designed to divert funds away from the department and SETFA. And this makes it difficult for the portfolio committee to oversight the department. The last message, all the program guidelines like the asset assist being spoken of here should include the GPS coordinates for ease of tracking projects locations. I'm sure he's referring to when we'll be doing our oversight visit, because some of the projects we couldn't visit because people were unable to be traced and others were in court and so on and so on. I'm sure I have represented you well, content advisor. We are now moving to SETFA. SETFA, we are in your hands, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I'm going to start with Honorable Kruger's question. Chair, the approach is I'll take the strategic questions and all the operational questions, then the team that is with me in this forum will then be able to respond to the CE and the CFO should the need arise. Honorable Kruger raised a question around the MFIs, which is the microfinance institutions, and shared that there needs to be a strategy by us to remedy the situation and be able to to kind of like move towards us as the agency doing the work ourselves from a direct lending perspective. So that is welcomed, Honorable Kruger, in terms of the strategy. There is a strategy already in place. There's also a report that the board requested management to put together so that we can understand and provide that report to different stakeholders so that they can understand where we are, what's the plan, and how we're going to move forward. So that CE will touch base more on that report that the agency has already concluded, but it has not presented to us at an AA level as yet. And then the second question was on the Tourism Equity Fund. CE will take that. And then you also requested, Honorable Kruger, SETFA to provide a report on how many businesses that have closed their doors after they have received government funding. I think that also aligns with Honorable Sapo's question raised on the chat box, requesting information in terms of the performance and the write-offs that the agency has done for the past 5 years, and the names of the businesses that have their businesses were written off from our credit book. So that information, then Honorable Kruger, see, maybe can touch base a little, but a detailed submission as per the request of Honorable Sapo will then cover some of your questions, because those questions are linked. And then moving on, Chair, to Honorable Mafagane on the issue of the acting, when is it gonna stop? Because everyone is acting in our organization. I would like to confirm, Honorable Chairperson and the members, that on the work of the top structure, which is the responsibility of the board and the CEO mandated by the board to do that work, the board is responsible at SETFA right now, as per the MOI, to run the process of appointing the ex-officials. Those are the Chief Executive Officer, the Chief Financial Officer, and the Chief Investment Officer. The Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Investment Officer, the board has concluded that work. It has now been escalated to the second level because they are all cabinet approvals. So we've done our part as the agency in going through the recruitment process, recommendations from board, and then submit to the next level, which is the department. And then on the CEO, advert has been out, closed. Panel has been set, so that is in progress, and we're planning on concluding that as the board by the end of this quarter, from concluding our own process from start to finish, and then handing over. The moment it leaves our hands, we have no control then on the time it will take with the other structures, because that's beyond what the board can do. So we've already done that. And then on the top structure, which is the executives, which is another layer that forms part of the oversight of the board, is the CEO. You've mentioned four executives already. Others have already started, and then there's 2 that will still need to be processed and finalized. But that process has already been started. We will just be hearing then from the CE and the other colleagues when they circle back to board in terms of the conclusion of that process. But I can safely say 80% of the work that needs to be done on the top structure, that has already been concluded. We left with the CEO and the 2 other executives that process needs to be concluded. I hope that covers then all the other questions on what the board, why is everyone acting, and then that then allows the second layer, which is the microstructure, which the CE, middle management, all the way to the bottom. That is the part then that takes place once those executives have been placed, which they have been, the majority of them. So we'll start seeing traction then in terms of those those positions being filled. Like it has been explained, Chair, we've lost a lot of quality deal makers on the lending side. And we're looking forward to closing that gap once the CIO and the lending team and everybody else is there, from a divisional level and as well as the ops level. That's when we will start seeing traction in terms of the numbers and the turnaround times, because we are indeed limping on the lending side in terms of the skill set. And then moving on to the other questions, Honorable Makajane, where a bit operational CE will take them through. And then Honorable Singh, On the KBP, you've raised a question about we need to explain the loss on the property portfolio of KBP. And the second part of your question on Job C, we'll take that. So on the strategic side, KBP is a subsidiary of SEDFA, which has a property portfolio that is segmented into different categories, red, green, and amber. Green means properties that are in a condition that is palatable. They've got tenants. They've got they're functioning, but there's issues that still needs to be filled. Resolved. And then the amber, where there's challenges of some of the tenants boycotting and not wanting to pay the rent. And then the red zone, they've been taken over by certain structures in society, and there's a lot of back and forth between the agency and those structured on getting to the remedial solution. So from a strategic direction of KPB, there is a plan in place that is being implemented in making sure that there's a clarity in terms of what do we do with the properties that are not giving us joy from a collections point of view. And another thing that is worth mentioning, Honorable Singh, is the fact that the municipality bills on our properties are very high, and the monies, the rentals that we collect are way too low because of the nature of the properties that we have on our portfolio. They are not in good condition, the majority of them, and some of them are in areas that might not be attractive to small businesses, and the condition location with property portfolio, those things are very key. And also our rental, we charge about 25 rand per square meter versus the market rate of 50 rand per square meter, because we cannot charge more than what we can offer in the market if the condition of our buildings is not good, and then it then means the rental must match what we can offer. So that's another issue in terms of why are we not collecting, why are our collections less than the expenditure that we are incurring, which then creates a burden then for the agency to carry some of these costs, because municipalities want their rates to be paid. And some of these properties are not insurable due to their conditions. So that strategy in place is there, it's being implemented. And we hopefully when the implementation is concluded, we will then come back and the numbers will start following that work to showcase the value of the property, because really small businesses do need space to operate from. It's one of the market failures in our ecosystem, where small businesses need industrial places where they can have their products manufactured. They need space for offices. So it is a strategic portfolio to have, but it needs a lot of work. And then to I think the last one was from Honorable Madimeja, which the CE will cover. And I think Honorable Matulelo, yours was with departmental. And then I think the CE will then respond on the assets, because you've also raised questions around the assets. Chair, if there's any honorable member that I might have missed on the strategic questions, if they could please raise them, but the rest the CE will take them. Thank you very much, Chair. With your permission, may I then please invite the CEO to take the stage and respond to the questions that the honorable members have raised. Thank you, Chair. Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. CEO. Datambato.
Yes, Chair. Apologies. The mic thing disappears. So I had to activate it. Chair, thank you very much. I would just probably touch base on some of the matters that the Chair referred to me. The department answered the question around the issue of the red tape from Honorable Kruger. Our role really is ensuring that we just do the implementation part, which is making sure that there is a role played by small businesses within the ESD sector, and making sure that the implementation part of it happens, and we link these businesses into that space. From a strategic position, the DG has responded on that question. We have done the study on the interest rate and the MFIs. We just need to process it through the different governance structures in the organization, and we will then be in a position to engage on it post the board approval, so that then it can find its way to the various committees. But we did, I think it's the University of Stellenbosch that we worked with, if I'm not mistaken. I'll just confirm that on that work. On the Tourism Equity Fund, we have not been able to process transactions on the Tourism Equity Fund since February or beginning of February this year. We had a 3-year agreement with the Tourism Department of Tourism to implement the funds. When I joined last year, I think May, when I moved from CEDA to CIFA, we did get a media backlash on this, but the fund, to give a full picture, started in 2023, late 2023, when it reopened after it was stopped and we were not able to proceed for years due to the issues of the BE challenges or challenging the triple BE requirements. So in November 2023, it started on a 3-year agreement. So that was November 2023. I joined in May. In August, we did receive the first media statement on the fund and how it is moving. We then put together a team. I put together a team with the support of the board that will specifically run with the Tourism Equity Fund. And we made a lot of traction up until January. With the pipeline, we'll provide the closeout report, but with the pipeline that we had in January, end of January, and the deals ready for committees, we were in a position at least to commit all the funds that we had at that point in time by end of March. And unfortunately, we're not able to proceed with that. We are in the position now where we are waiting for the direction from the Department of Tourism on how we move forward on these funds, but we'll provide the report because the committee has requested. We'll provide a proper presentation that would give a better understanding of where we were and where we are currently. So we'll definitely provide the committee with that report on the Tourism Equity Fund, because we had submitted that report to the Department of Tourism. I think it is better that I do a presentation and it becomes clear what is where and how we're faring on that. We continue, though, however, we're allowed to continue to make, to at least pay those that we had committed to in terms of approvals. And that's why we were able to see some of the projects when we went to Free State and some all over the country. I also believe it was a great project. It was a great transformation project that we had. On the issue of the branding, Honorable Kruger, we really, yes, indeed, you are correct. But we didn't want to just start branding our offices, even those ones that we need to vacate and relocate, because that would, from our side, that would have been a waste of the funds. So we have looked at the different offices and strategic ones. Now we know which ones we need to start branding and which ones we'll be moving from, so that you will see then the branding coming through. It's at procurement stage as things stand, so that we brand the offices. We had a lot of other challenges that we were trying to solve to just stabilize the organization, but we'll get into that now. I think we have a very big focus on driving impact, which is our mandate and our KPIs should then, at any given point, be driven by the mandate. So that then when we achieve that, we achieve the mandate. Otherwise, I agree with the Honorable Kruger that it would then just be a miss if our mandate is not the key focus point, and then everything we do to deliver on that impact that we promised. I think we also got a lot of comments from Honorable Mafahan. And indeed, the chair has explained, we're at the stage now as management where we are placing, or we will now this month placing positions below EPCO for those executives that have joined us, and then start then with the bottom ones. But this quarter, this is the work that we're focusing on, so that we have the employees at lower level. Some will need to be moved internally because the positions will not be the same, but we'll also look for a lot of expertise outside so that we can complement what we have and be able to deliver to the small businesses. That is both on the business advisors and the transaction advisors also. The chair's answered on the property portfolio. I won't go into details around it. Then there was a question, I think, Honorable Singh correct, with the issue of jobs created and jobs facilitated and jobs sustained. I think it is time that we just submit that in writing, so that at any given point in time, because we've separated, for example, in the current APP, we've separated the jobs created, the jobs sustained, and then we then say total facilitated is this number. But it is true that if you fund an entrepreneur and that entrepreneur is a sole trader, that we agree that that's a job, and we do count that as a job created. If, however, we do an intervention, and the intervention, the results of it, for example, let's say we take someone to access to markets, we can never count and say we've sustained jobs through that if they have not received any purchase orders, for example, even though we put in the money, but they haven't received any purchase order or any contract through that access. So it's difficult then to say you created or sustained the job. But should they get a purchase order, you know that through that work you've created, if there's additional jobs, you've created so many additional jobs, or you've sustained. If they don't create new jobs, but at least they're getting income, you are sustaining the existing jobs in that business. And then basically that's a simplified way of calculating these things. As we said, we then do follow-ups to check on the issue of the jobs. I think the issue of I think you raised also when we were in Limpopo the issue of the pay and how much the SMMEs or the MSMEs pay. It is true that sometimes the cost of jobs is too high for the small businesses that we support, and sometimes they may lead into those businesses not becoming sustainable over a period of time, and that's something that needs to be looked at in terms of how do small businesses get favorable terms in terms of discussions around these issues. There was a question of asset assist from Honorable Malemeja in terms of very clear that the issue of the achievements in this space is not acceptable. Where we were supposed to do 1,000 and we did 401, and we take that from Honorable and we'll correct. But I want to mention that even though we had recorded 401, the reason why we recorded 401 is because those are the SMEs that had been paid by that time. But from an approval point of view, we had another 846 that was already approved on top. So we were above the target in terms of approvals in this space by the end. But because we had not paid, we didn't want to count where we have not paid, because there's no impact approval doesn't mean anything. So we then limited it to what we had paid at that point in time, even though we had the approvals in that space, and we continue then to finalize those payments, because we have some challenges really, especially in the Northern Cape, with some of the suppliers, and sometimes there are no suppliers into these goods, which then creates problems in that province. But we're managing it now. I have meetings with the provinces myself every Monday at 7 o'clock to deal with the issue of these matters and the CSDP, the cooperative program, because we need to close on these, and so we are able to move forward. As DDG Dela said, the program now that assist is with the department, so we need to make sure that we close on our side so that then the department can continue with the program. I would then submit the numbers of the write-offs as requested, but safe to say that I think over the past 3 years, or since 2021, we have written really minimal. I think this year we wrote about 258,000 Rand. We haven't done heavy write-offs over the past 3 years. I think the big one was in 2021 or 2020, somewhere there, during the difficult times of COVID. That's where we did some bigger numbers, but over the past 3 years, it's really been, as I said, this year was 258,000 Rand against the total book in the billions. So, but we are looking at, because obviously accounting standards require us to assess the loans and do provisions, for write-offs, and then eventually do write-off. So we will look into that, and we are looking into that basically to ensure that we do the necessary write-offs. Otherwise, we'll have audit queries when we do not do clean up in terms of our books. Thank you very much. But we'll provide a list and the write-up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of SETFA. Are you fine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am fine. I will hear from yourself and the honorable members if there's anything that we've missed when we were responding. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to request the Secretary to take us back to the agenda. Okay, thank you very much. We did not have a comfort break, but we did the deliberations and recommendations. Now we are on the item that deals with the consideration and adoption of 2025 fourth term committee program. But before we do this one, can we close nicely the presentation, if ever we are saying we are fine with it, and then we allow it to go through. Honorable members.
Chairperson.
Yes, Secretary.
Before you said I must flag the program, you had recognized, you have said after the chairperson of the board, you have recognized the DM. So
Oh, my apology. Oh, my sincere apology. My deputy minister. Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't tell your royal members in the house that I'm doing this to you.
I won't do that, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I will be very short.
And there are questions, Chair, to the DM. Hey, Chair.
Yes. Hey, my apology. I forgot. I also managed to put an input on what we were raising. Deputy Minister, we are in your hands, ma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I would start by thanking the DG and the whole team for the presentations, and the Chairperson of SETFA, CE. Really, the reports were comprehensive, and I think a lot has come out of it. Honorable Chairperson and members, I think it is evident in our report that this year was a year of consolidation, reform and delivery, one where we balanced accountability with impact and policy with action. Of course, our mission hasn't changed. It remains clear that we want to build an inclusive, job creating and competitive small business and cooperative sector. That is the heartbeat of our economic transformation agenda. While progress is evident, Honorable Chair and members, several realities require our collective focus, as was highlighted by honorable members, and remedial action put in place by the department and our agencies set from. Most of these challenges, of course, they are not new, but we are now addressing them with a sharper focus and better partnerships. Honorable members, our report reflects a department that is improving, as you have alluded to that fact, and delivering. We are steadily building a culture of accountability and measurable impact. We are encouraged by your support and we will improve where we lack. With the portfolio committee's continued support and oversight, we are improving our delivery. We are also confident that SETFA's leadership is committed to addressing gaps as identified by honorable members. We look forward to continuing to engage with the portfolio committee. It is through your strong oversight that we will be able to ensure that small businesses not only survive, but thrive as engines of job creation and inclusive growth. I thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I could notice that our Minister, Stella Ndabeni, is in the meeting. You are welcome, Ma. Maybe before we close this chapter, can I request the Minister, if ever she wants to say something with regard to the presentation of today, even if she was not in this meeting? Minister?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members. The delegation of the portfolio today is led by the Deputy Minister, as she has led Chair. There's nothing from my side. I joined because I finished cabinet before you closed the meeting. And yes, I'm from a cabinet meeting. I was not going to be in the committee. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Minister. We did note your apology. So, King, please take us back to the agenda. I think at this point in time, we are noting the report from the department and from our Deputy Minister. And then now we are going to deal with the consideration and adoption of the 2025 fourth term committee program. Over to you, Secretary.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, this is the. Before I start with the program, I would just like for record, Chair, to register the apology of Honorable Hlazo Webster. So I saw her apology after I have given a slot of speaking to apologies, just to be recorded properly. Chairperson, this is the draft proposed program for the fourth term, which started running from the 7th of October, which will run up until the 10th of December. And then on the 7th, the green shaded area indicates what has already taken place. So we started on the 7th after the recess, and then the committee requested that it continue with its oversight visit to Mangaung. So we're there from the 7th up until the 10th, together with the department. And then this week, committee is expected to receive presentation in preparation for BRRR budget review and recommendation reports. Yesterday we had deliberations from the AG, and then today we're getting briefings from both the department and the agents. So it has been planned that the coming weekend, the 22nd of October, we shall be having a consideration and adoption of the BRRR report, and we shall also be getting the briefing by the National Planning Commission on MSE advisory notes. Advisory notice. Mr. Komete will talk to that. So we are planning that it should be a virtual meeting. Then on the 29th of October, we shall be getting the briefing from the National Treasury, which will also be on virtual platform. And then Mr. Komete will talk to the content of those briefings. Then on the 5th of November, we envisage to have a 2025-26 quarter 1 performance report of both the department and the CETFA, which we are going to be on a virtual platform. Then the 12th of November, we shall be trying to get the progress made in the registration of Spaza Shop and support implemented, as well as detail of research study conducted by the department. Remember, this is the follow-up, which were at the meeting with COGTA, and then that will be a follow-up with the department on how far they've gone, and then also to get the briefing on the department's red tape reduction strategy, as it has come also in today's meeting, but it was already there in the program, but though the program was still a proposed one that which committee would like to have a detailed briefing on this red tape reduction strategy. Excuse me. Then on Wednesday, 19 November, we are planning to have a follow-up meeting with Cooperative Governance, Department of Corporate Governance and Regional Affairs, COGTA, on Spaza Shop licenses. This is a follow-up meeting that we had, and the committee learned that the licenses it's a role of COGTA, and what came out of the Free State visit was also the question of inequalities in also these licenses. And also we shall be having the briefing from DIC on the red tape omnibus bill. Then on the 26th of November, we shall be having this one, which is called the CSC advisory. This is one of the strategy in the portfolio committee strategic point that we also enhance participation of other institutions who are within the role of developing the MSMEs. So these one are categorized on that side. So shall we getting we're getting the letters. They were requesting to be invited by the PE portfolio committee. So that is how we've put that slot. That is the CS advisory, and the other one is the Bureau of Market Research of UNISA, University of South Africa. And then on the 3rd of December, we shall be considering and adopting an oversight visit over the visit in the Free State. So that will be the last day or the last meeting of the committee for the 4th term, and then it shall be a constituency period, which then we shall be starting on the 10th till the 19th of December. Chairperson, this is the draft program that we have. Maybe we can hand over to Mr. Komete to make some content, to give the content on those items that I mentioned.
Over to you, Content Advisor.
Madam Chair, can I just come in a point of order, please?
Okay.
I also are requested to be noted, Chair.
Oh, okay. What is the point of order, Honorable Kruger?
Madam Chair, two things. I think we need to do more physical meetings. There's too many Zoom meetings, and it's also a resolution that was taken in the past by this committee. And then the other issue I want to raise, which is not here, and that's actually the point of order, is the question about the ombuds. I wrote you a letter and asked you to arrange a meeting as soon as possible. Now, it's not on this program for the next term. So, and the small businesses out there are suffering without the ombuds. So, I really request we have this meeting as soon as possible. It don't have to be on a Wednesday. It could be any other day, but we need that meeting in person so that we can discuss the way forward with the ombuds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matulelwa.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Also, I wanted to propose that next week, Monday, we resolve if we can, maybe between today, request that the permission that we come for the report that was referred back to the portfolio committee on the ombuds and deal with it, and then we go, because I don't understand why it doesn't find any expression in all the, this is the third term that we're not taking it as a priority. I think as a portfolio committee, we must take a decision on what we want to prioritize the most. I think also Mr. Kruger is correct. It cannot be Zoom all of the meetings. I don't think now we're still in the COVID, because Zoom was created because of the issues of COVID, and also for the fully fledged parliament on issues of the capacity of the venues. So if ever we can get a clarity on what transpired for our meetings, all of them to be Zoom, only one be physical. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm taking note of what you're writing. Monday is our management committee. We'll have to deal with the issue and revert back to the honorable members. Content advisor. Ndate Kumede?
Yes, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are now.
No, that's fine, Chairperson. I just want to add quickly, Chair, and invite members of the committee to contribute on the subject matters of interest with various government departments that we are planning to engage. For instance, one of those would be trade and industry. We understand that there is what you call an omnibus, red tape omnibus bill that is currently being developed by the department. So this might be an opportunity for the members of the committee then to understand exactly what are the contents of that particular draft bill that is being proposed by the department. Also, Chairperson, with regards to the prescribed rate of interest that is charged by the MFIs and SEFA, I thought it would also be very important that another issue of interest with the Department of Trade and Industry would be its agency, the National Credit Regulator, which is really responsible for the prescription of or for the implementation of the National Credit Act. So we also plan that maybe during this particular meeting with the DTI, a national credit regulator will be in attendance to brief members of the committee in terms of the rates. You know, how does it work? You know, because for instance, Honorable Kruger was raising the issue of the 30% interest rate that is charged by Nala Finance, which is within the legislation. So we need to have an engagement with the NCR on this particular issue going forward. And then the last one with the DTI chair, it's around the proposed transformation fund. It's a multi-million rands fund. We just need to influence, because it's still in the process of being developed. There is a document that is out for comment. I think it would be an opportunity for members of the committee as well to make input on that particular process. So that's the Trade and Industry and Competition Chairperson. With regards to National Treasury, we want to, there's a Public Procurement Act that was passed in 2024. It speaks to the issues of set-asides for cooperatives, for entities run by youth, women, and people living with disabilities. So we want to engage in National Treasury around public procurement, around red tape related concerns emanating from Treasury, issues around the taxation of cooperatives, which are considered as social enterprises, the status of the Cooperative Banks Act. As you know, honorable members, the CBDA has now moved to CEDFA. The Cooperative Banks Act still remains with the National Treasury. It is the custodian of the legislation. So we need to understand if that particular act will be reviewed going forward or not. And then just around the issues of access to finance with National Treasury. Chair, I'll just highlight those two for now because it's those two agencies, it's those two departments that we are seeing before the end of this year, including COGTA, around the issue of the licensing and registration of spaza shops. So those are three we are seeing for now before the end of this year. And also the National Planning Commission with regards to that SMME advisory note where the Red Tape Reduction Act is being proposed. So I'll stop there for now, Chairperson. It's just those 4 departments that we are planning to see. And I would like to invite members of the committee, if maybe there are any specific issues that you want us to investigate and put as one of the agenda items in our meeting, either with the Treasury or with the Department of Trade and Industry, we can do that. Then next year, Chairperson, also in line with our strategic plan as well, we're also planning a series of engagements with our peers, like the Standing Committee on Finance, the Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry, the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, the Portfolio Committee on Tourism. Those are some of the meetings that we are planning, Chairperson, for inclusion in our program starting from January next year, as informed by our strategic plan. I'll pause there for now, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe before we consider this program, King, can I check with you? What is happening in a situation whereby you don't get a venue for the meeting, whereby we'll be able to use the mics and maybe the media issue be resolved? What is happening? Because I remember on the last meeting where we were moving from that room whereby it was not user-friendly for our portfolio committee, moving to the other one. And we were running away from that one. And then now, indeed, you could hear when the honorable members are saying we are normally in a COVID situation whereby we can keep on having our meetings at home or virtually. So I want to check, and also to the honorable members, are we free to use any other room in Parliament, even if it's not user-friendly for our portfolio committee meeting? Because those are the other things that are preventing us to have a fiscal meeting in Parliament. I'll start with the King.
My hand has been up, Chair.
Oh, my apologies, I didn't check on the participants list. I could have
No. We are fine. No, Chair, I think let's welcome the invite by the content advisor of sponsoring issues that he says in case we think must be investigated. You know, in many cases we get into debate and be not necessarily relevant to the course. I will want the content advisor to assist when we invite DTIC to help us to find where to deposit the issue of the license in terms of the cannabis. Because we want the licensing and we're not giving the licensing. And they too, or whatever sister department that you are inviting, let them come with a clear requirement of the licensing. To those that they will know Gauteng, I'm in Midval. In the shopping center of Midval, the cannabis are sold. And I happened to approach them. I asked, they said, no, we are ready for any supply, provided you've got license. So you can see that the barrier there is not the legality part of it, it's the license. So content advisor, I would really appreciate that you take that as one of what we invited, so that when we meet, we resolve the issue of where to find the license and how best can be known to the masses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malemacha. Honorable Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose that we just note the program for the rest of the term and then wait for the management committee to have their discussions on Monday and come to us with a more permanent program. That's my proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the proposal, Honorable Kruger. I think it is a progressive one. Can I get a supporter? But before that, King, make sure that you're coming up with the responses on us having the visual meeting and not physical. And if ever the problem is that one that I was raising, you must also indicate it here so that the honorable members notice that we really don't need to be out having our virtual meeting, but we want to see each other. Because if we are together, even the meeting sticks to the time of the meeting. Normally at 1 o'clock, we will then go to our lunch and we'll be done with the meeting. But because this one is physical, we even go into 3 o'clock without our lunch. So I want you to assist us on that one. But before, let me see a hand that supports the move by our honorable member Kruger. Or if I can hear a voice. Honorable Malim. Yes, who is this?
It's Honorable Singh. I'm happy to support Honorable Kruger's proposal.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Singh.
Honorable Chair, you will pardon me when I get in this thing, when you press twice and I'm again, it sees. I stand to support on top of Ms. C that we will come back on your proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Malemacha. King, we are done. We have adopted the program. Assist me with what I wanted to know with regard to our virtual meetings.
Yes, Chairperson, in responding to that, what informed the program to look like this, we're basing it on the parliamentary program, number one. Number two, we're basing it on the content or the items that shall be discussed by the committee. Take for instance, if we look at the parliamentary program when it said let me start this week. This week there are no sittings in Parliament, so we made it a virtual meeting because we wouldn't take members to Cape Town just for a committee meeting. Secondly, we looked at the parliamentary program where it indicated that the sittings that will be taking place, they are going to be in hybrid. So if it is in hybrid, it is the limited number of members of the parliament who are expected to be in-house. So we're based this structuring based on that. thirdly, we're basing on the question that if we are going to have other department inviting a sister department to present in the committee, we'll be minimizing maybe the cost that we might not have a meeting, because they will say, because our meeting date is Wednesday, and most of the ministers, there are these cabinet meetings. So we're trying to avoid to say, even if there is a cabinet meeting, they might be able to juggle as our minister to come for virtually, and then we proceed with all the other officials. So that was based on that. And then hence, if you see the last one, the one on the 3rd of December, because according to parliamentary program, there will be many plenaries that will be physical. So that is why we made it that it be a physical meeting, but that was what informed the development of this program.
Okay.
Thank you.
And also, Chairperson, if I
Yes.
may add, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, also on our side, as the Secretariat, for instance, particularly on my side, one area that I'm picking up, which we might have a problem with, is when we want to engage with sector experts. Others, for instance, would tell you that if you want me to come there and you expect me to pay for my own transport, of which Parliament, it's okay, we can do the application to fly that particular individual in, but it becomes a very lengthy process to do that, considering the number of stakeholders, experts, academia that we want to involve. So it's one other consideration, honorable members, that we do take into account when we arrange these particular meetings, especially when it comes to the issues of the content. Chair, one thing I forgot to mention earlier as well is that there is sort of what I call it a focal point that I've developed, focal point concept note that I've developed for the members of this committee, just to go through in our preparation with the National Treasury. This is so that, Chairperson, we structure our engagement with the National Treasury. We are not all over. We're going to be specific in terms of what we want from them, and we should extract exactly what we want from them for the benefit of the sector. So I will be circulating that document this afternoon, Chairperson, so that the members can then begin to read it during the leisure, because the meeting is planned for the 29th of October. I will be circulating it this afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Content Advisor, for that explanation in addition to what the Secretary has explained. I'm sure now the honorable members are clear with why do we have so many virtual meetings.
I'm checking my internet.
Sorry,
Hello?
Chair, the very last one that I just forgot. It's what your question was in the minimum number of rooms that have got equipment that satisfies all the need of the committee. That was raised. So now, if ever it is on virtual, we know that as members indicated that they want to be on live stream. So on a virtual platform, there is no excuse of not being live streamed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think the other thing, Secretary, that we need to do, and honorable members and our Minister and Deputy Minister, we need to pray for those people who are building back our parliament, because immediately they will be done, then we won't have any chance of having our virtual meetings. Everything will be in order in parliament. For now, we just act as if we are very poor, we are living in a shack instead of a big building or a double-story house. I think that is the other issue. If you can take me back to the program, sir.
See, my hand was up.
The hand from the clock, I don't know whether it's a legacy hand.
Oh, it's not. Honorable Kruger.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I hear the argument around the program, but unfortunately, this is the committee, this is our members' committee meetings, right? So this is our wish. We want to have more meetings in person, number one. Number two, yes, Parliament is hybrid, so it means that some of us have to be there in Parliament, so we will be there. And then, Madam Chair, you also know that Thursdays, in any case, caucus meetings, and so in any case, we are in any case down there in Parliament. So let's not work around excuses. Let's do and see how we can accommodate members so that we can meet in person. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Though some of us, our meetings are on virtual. It's not that we're always in Parliament meeting physically. But I hear the explanation. We'll look onto that one, Honorable Kruger. Thank you very much. Honorable members, it has been a long day today. We are now on our last item. Allow me to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister for forming part of this meeting. Our DG from the department, Chair of SEDFA, and their colleagues. Our Secretariat, thank you very much for attending this meeting without fail. And I could notice that Honorable Sapa also were off because she was flying, and immediately she learned, she came back to the meeting. We really appreciate that. And on that note, honorable members, allow me to say, go and have your lunch, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Ratinzo. Grant.
Yeah, right.
I don't.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, so
Hayi kuhle Dotsi. Kalunga. Dinekile.
uthini ke Mzondo? Uthini?
Ndithi noko ekugqibeleni sigqibile for the day.
Recording stopped.